interesting to see how they come home, but
Yeah,
um,
because yeah, go ahead.
I still think I like his position drawn on the inside better.
Yeah, definitely. And there's no Night Prowler, so last time out he was a part of pace that collapsed, and Night Prowler picked him up. So maybe if the pace collapses here, there's no Night Prowler for him to have to look over his shoulder and worry about. So maybe it's Bodhi Tap's time to shine, as Rising Star is the last one to come forward. And then that's the field for the welcome back handicap. Rising Star comes in. And away they go. Gandalf broke away smartly as well as Zagan. And Gandalf is looking to cross over, but Ricky Walcott and Bodhi will have none of it. It is Bodhi on the inside who gets to the front. Zagan from the outside comes to join Bodhi at the head of affairs. These two will storm up the stretch together, heads apart. Gandalf could not keep up with the early pace that is being set by Bodhi and he's now 3 lengths back in third. Then there's the Gold Cup winner, the Mirror. Celestial Storm is fourth, and the trailer is Rising Star, who just went by Celestial Storm as they run toward the back stretch. The opening quarter was a fleet-footed 24-4, and Ricky Walker has Bodhi at the head of affairs. Zagan is second. Rising Star rushes into contention. He's third. Gandalf is being niggled at. He's fourth. Under the half mile they go. Celestial Storm is the trailer. And as they get over the top of the hill, Bodhi has been the leader every step of the way. Zagan is second, a half length back. A length and a half to Rising Star. Celestial Storm is being put to a ride by Lopez, and Gandalf is the trailer, the half in 48-4. And Bodhi yet to be tested. He's clear by a length to Zagan. Then there's Rising Star on the inside. The lightning is flashing. The thunder is rolling because a storm is coming. Celestial Storm ratchets up the pressure off the turn. Rising Star goes with her. Bodhi on the inside is trying to hang tough. Zagan has been displaced back to last inside the final furlong. It's Rising Star to the inside of Celestial Storm, and these two go at it in the welcome back handicap. Rashid Hughes and Rising Star game is a ball, and Rising Star turns back Celestial Storm to win it clear by 3 from Celestial Storm. Then came Bodhi Gandalf was fourth, and the last one home was Zagan in a final time of 138-2.
And welcome to the program Banking on the Bet. Good afternoon to you. Welcome to the historic Garrison Savannah for today's edition of racing. And it happens to be the second day of the Barbados Turf Club's second racing season, dubbed Historic Bridgetown and its Garrison Race Day, where we feature 9 races on the card. The afternoon's feature race is race number 8, the penultimate race, and that happens to be the St. Anne's Garrison Handicap for 3-year-olds and older horses rated 110 to 90. By extension, it's open to horses rated 89 and below. So loads of action for you. Let me just go to the track conditions listed on the board as good to firm. Track conditions listed on the board as good to firm. Program changes. Race number 1, scratch the 12. 12 don't go in race number 1. That is Destino. There's no change in the afternoons, the second and third race. No changes in races 2 and 3. In race number 4, we will be without horse number 7, Amiash. Amiash stays indoors for race number 4. There's no change in the afternoon's 5th race. No change to race number 5. Race number 6 will be without horses 11 and 13. 11 and 13 don't go in the 6th. In the 7th, we will be without horses 2, 3, 4, 11, and 17. 2, 3, 4, 11, and 17. Double known entity of the afternoon's feature race number 8 will be without horses 8 and 10. 8 and 10 don't go in the afternoon's feature race. And the nightcap, we will go without horses 4, 6, 12, 13, and 17. 4, 6, 12, 13, and 17 in the afternoon's 9th race. The horses are pretty much in the parade ring, the riders as well. Now it's about to climb aboard. And the afternoon's first race is the Cheapside Gardens. A lot of rates race for West Indian by 3-year-old maidens, which goes a distance of 1,100 meters. Number 1 is Kiss Me Kate, ridden by Lester Edwards. The final weight is 113 pounds. Anderson Trotman has a leg up on horse number 2, Impeachment, and will go to post at 123 pounds. That's the identical weight that Afri Ward will ride horse number 3, Dashing Star, who is fitted with the blinkers. And going back to horse number 1, Kiss Me Kate wears a visor. A visor and tongue tie yard equipment on horse number 4, Storm Catcher, is fitted with, and he gets the service of Rashid Hughes in at 123 pounds. In at 113 pounds is horse number 5, No Boss No. Enrico Prescott is on board. Young Raheem Torp takes the leg up on horse number 6, Anastasia, and together they will go to post at a lighting post of 111 pounds. Continuing along, horse number 7, Amancora, in blinkers, ridden by Eric Daniel, 113 pounds is the weight. Antonio Bishop rides horse number 8, Miriam, who's fitted with blinkers, and Bishop goes to post with 118 pounds as is declared. Number 9, D-Audit, a tongue tie and nasal daily equipment, no change of trainer, no goes to the barn of trainer Victor Cheeseman, the champion trainer. Gerald Beckers is on board, he claims 3. To go to post at 118 pounds. Ungrateful is horse number 10 in blinkers, ridden by Ricky Walcott, 118. Delano Lopez rides horse number 11, Pink Panther, and this is a first-time starter, so just let me give you the breedings as is due to you. And the Pink Panther is a 3-year-old colt by Rock Commodore out of In the Pink, owner by Melrose Racing, and trained by Rommel Perkins Lovell. And your rider there is none other than Delano Lopez, 123 pounds. And on the outside, Fallujah, ridden by Tishon Hazelwood. He claims 7 goes to post 116 pounds. And Fallujah is drawn on the outside. I'm going to take horse number 5, No Boss No, as my winner here. Stretched out last time, going 1,570 meters, blew the turn and still was able to come back to pick up the lead and run to at least the 2 furlong pole before she disappeared off the radar. And I think that stretch out and that experience of a race under her belt will do her the world of good. She races in the colors of Lady Seals and in the colors of Sir David Seals, sorry. Yes, I'm correct. In the colors of Lady Seals, the black body with the turquoise sleeves. And this is my pick in here, ridden today by Enrico Prescott. And they get my backing to get the job done. This race, of course, offers Parry, Forecast, and Trifecta. On my second line, we'll take horse number 9, Deal With It. And this is the one I think that they're going to have to deal with. The form is good. And now moving to champion trainer Victor Cheeseman's barn, this is even more reason why you would believe that he ought to get the job done by sheer adventure. And we know that of his exploits on the track, champion horse in every sense of the word, especially when sprinting. Gerald Beckles is on board for the engagement today. They follow my second line to complete my three. I'm going to take horse number 13, Fallujah. Run a most impressive race, first jump out. I'm just going to tack this one back in at number 3, simply because that in this instance, he finds himself drawn back out in the field again. And will have to overcome the little bit of sand towards the outside. I think that's going to take a little bit out of the horse. And if Deshaun Hazelwood, by any stretch of the imagination, get over, then maybe he will be in with a liver shot than I have given him at the moment. So I'm going 5, 9, and 13 in the afternoon's opener. Good luck. Join me for race 2 when I'll have all the other changes on the program for you.
So we have an interesting opener here. Race number 1, the Cheapside Gardens, and the favorite, a heavy favorite, is horse number 9, Deal With It, on the board at 6-5. She's by Shared Adventure, the first runner. So far, one of the few runners for Shared Adventure, champion sprinter, 2-time Spa Sprint winner. She's out of the Sabria Bangwan mare Deal or No Deal, which makes her half-sister to 2-year-old champion of some years ago, Black Rock. So we know she would have had that precocity in her pedigree by that sprint sire and half to a champion. So she's coming back here with the experience as she drops down to maidens. She was beaten last time out by Rachel. And I think on that day, Rachel was able to take her down because comparing those two from their debut to their second starts and their starts going forward, I think Rachel would have made more improvement than Deal With It. Though Deal With It was in the deep end versus the likes of Amante and Criterion and the People's Champ, I think the back class that she has should definitely help her here, and that's where the batters are going so heavily in the favor of Deal With It at 6-5. Further in the inside, we have number 4, Stormcatcher, who's also being bet at 7-2. Last time out had a horrendous trip. He just completely blew the turn. He was very obstreperous underneath Ricky Walcott. And Rashid Hughes gets the leg up. That's a big plus. And there's no surprise after such a trip like that the blinkers go on. I thought he had a chance last time at 1,570 meters. I think ultimately he will be better at those longer distances. And he cuts back here to 1,100 meters after doing no running 7 days ago. He also has experience. A lot of them in here have experiences. We only have one first-time starter that we'll get to later. But I think Stormcatcher, with the addition of a visor, actually, not the blinkers, and Rashid Hughes, is definitely going to be one to watch. Right to his outside, the second choice at 2-1 is number 5, No Boss No. So Stormcatcher wasn't the only one in the sand 7 days ago. No Boss No was leading the race, and she blew the turn as well. She goes route to sprint, so she has that distance foundation underneath her that she cuts back here to 1,100 meters. She's definitely going to be a part of the pace, and she could be very dangerous. She's had a second, 2 starts back behind Dream Society, actually a third behind Dream Society when her rider on that day, Enrico Prescott, lost his irons, and she was still able to hold on for a minor placing. Maybe if he can keep his feet in the irons today, she's definitely going to be one of the ones to catch. So maybe she'll turn out to be the one to beat. The first time star that we were talking about is number 11, Pink Panther, a 3-0 colt by Rockamador out of Ing the Pink, and this is a pretty nice pedigree. This is a top tier pedigree by Rockamador, who's thrown classic winners. Multiple classic winners like Oberoi and Gandalf. In the Pink, I think, was a classic runner-up, if I remember correctly. She was second in the 2014 Midsummer behind Noble Intent. And I think this is her first full to make the track. 3-0 by Melrose Racing. Not getting much attention at 27-1 with Delano Lopez. Right to his inside is number 10, this is Ungrateful, son of a daughter rather of Alma Dior out of the Malibu Moon mare Mystic Moon, running here for Mr. Breen. This one showed great speed last time out with Deal With It, and in that race with Deal With It, and Rachel had 111 pounds and was ultimately fading late. Fatigue setting on that one. Comes back here with 118 pounds. Drawn wide, definitely a lot of speed to the inside of this one. We'll see what she can do coming back off of the little break. And number 13, Fallujah. This one was a very, very encouraging debut last time out 7 days ago as well. Showed great interest, shows great speed. The draw is tough, but it seems like a lot of horses are now getting a hang of being able to win from the 12 post, going 5.5 furlongs as Fallujah exits a debut where the winner came from 12 of 12, that being a fantastic move, who we will see later on the card in the 3-0 feature. Then she is going to come from wide. She has to Sean Hazelwood, who was aboard fantastic move, who was aboard Fallujah last time out, so they know each other, and we'll see what she can do. He can do second time out. You have Anastasia, horse number 6. It's on the board at 35 to 1, cutting back to 1100 meters. As I mentioned last time out, she is a half sister to Dominus, who's gotten his popularity at 1100 meters. This one debuted there and did no running whatsoever, was beaten 19 lengths, stretched up last time out to 1570 meters. Being by Aristodemus, I'd see why they try it, and she, again, was nowhere to be found. She cuts back here with Raheem Thorpe, and she's on the board from very, very hefty odds. 111 pounds is definitely going to be a plus with the experience that she has, and if she can channel even a quarter of the talent that her brother has, she'll be one to watch. As we have horse number 2, Impeachment, of the ones that didn't really fire first time out. A full brother to Derby runner-up, Conflict of Interest. Very, very, very big colt. Like, he is gigantic. He is the son, I said, copy that out of the Carpe Diem mirror set. So he'll show good speed first time out. Maybe the experience will help him to go on a little bit better today. Number 3 is Dashing Star. And on the opposite end of size, comparing to Impeachment, who's going to be right next door, Dashing Star is minute. Very small colt. Dashing David out of the Boomerang mare Blackbird, which makes this one a half to Guineas and Midsummer winner Nikita, who again was better. The farther she went, she was also very competitive in her early days at 1100 meters, but we know Nikita came into her own as she got farther. But with this colt, he seems to be the opposite. He's showed some speed in his first start. It's quickly outpaced, and unlike Nikita, he's very, very, very small. He goes here with Afri Ward for Victor Cheeseman, 123 pounds. So as we load up, the favorite still remains, and heavily so. Number 9, Deal With It, 3-2 on the board. And then we'll just talk about number 8, Miriam. Finished ahead of No Boss, No, 2 starts back. Came back last time out going 1,570 meters behind impressive first outer high velocity and did no running. Comes back here 7 days later to hope to regain some form. And with that, her stablemate Fallujah is the last one to go forward. And Dean has the call for the opener, the Cheapside Gardens.
Thank you very much for showing. Just waiting for Fallujah to join the lineup. And they're just trying to get Anastasia to settle. A couple of hands go behind Fallujah. In he goes. Racing and Impeachment broke very quickly, but Stormcatcher's going to swoop through and pick it up. So it's Stormcatcher and No Boss, No. On the outside, Amancora. Impeachment is the next thing. There's Fallujah. On the inside, Kiss Me Katie. Dashing Star goes up. Towards the outside, Pink Panther. Ungrateful is next. Then on the inside, falling away is Deal With It. Miriam, and the back marker is Anastasia. They're on the far turn with 12 to opening quarter of 25 flat. They've got 3 furlongs to travel. And Stormcatcher is in front by 2.5 lengths from No Boss No. Then the 2 back to Fallujah. On the outside, Dashing Star comes a calling. Inside the quarter pole they come. And No Boss No is going to take a quick beam at Stormcatcher. Here's Dashing Princess with a grand run as well. And there are no more turns. And Dashing Star has come now to ask a question of Stormcatcher, who doesn't answer. It is Dashing Star opening up by 2.5 lengths. Stormcatcher is beaten. No Boss No will be third, but it is Dashing Star. Impressive. Wins it by 3. From Stormcatcher, then came No Boss No. Fallujah rounds out the top four. The winner stopped the clock in 105 and 4. In a moment, recap for you.
One posted on the board, 105 and 4. 105 and 4, no doubt about the winner. We're just waiting for the unofficial results to be posted on the board. For race number 1, the Cheapside Gardens allotted weights over 1,100 meters. The results posted on the board, 3, 4, 5, and 13. 3, 4, 5, and 13. The winner horse number 3, Dashing Princess. Actually, Dashing Star. We did lose Dashing Princess last week. Dashing Star.
And Stormcatcher is in front by 2.5 lengths from No Boss No. Then the two back to Fallujah. On the outside, Dashing Star comes a calling. Inside the quarter pole they come. And No Boss No is going to take a quick beam at Stormcatcher. Here's Dashing Princess with a grand run as well. And there are no more turns. And Dashing Star has come now to ask a question of Stormcatcher, who doesn't answer. It is Dashing Star opening up by 2.5 lengths. Stormcatcher is beaten. No Boss No will be third, but it is Dashing Star. Impressive. Wins it by 3. From Stormcatcher, then came No Boss No. Fallujah rounds out the top 4. The winner stopped the clock in 105.
Reward, they took along 123 pounds. Second was horse number 4, Stormcatcher. A 3-year-old chestnut colt by Aston Martin out of Zaniata, owned by MTD Racing, trained by
Well,
Strong.
Dashing Star. And very impressive performance. This is a 3-year-old brown colt by Dashing David out of Blackbird. And as you alluded to, a half brother to Nikita, as well as there was he was very fast, Michael Jackson.
Yeah.
And Nikita
This
was
is what
no-
Michael Jackson wanted to be.
Yeah, but he had his problems. But the thing about it is Nikita was not very big in stature, but she was a very talented racehorse without a doubt. Winning 2 legs of the Triple Crown, and also the Coolmore beating the top rated horses. So obviously there is going to be high hopes for this smallish colt, but obviously one that has some talent. Very impressive the way he quickened up at the top of the stretch, went between horses and quickened up nicely. Finishing second was number 4, Stormcatcher. A good run from him. I don't think the connections would be too disappointed. He did show a lot of speed.
A lot. I think that's the story of this race as to why it's so impressive, because if Stormcatcher was able to outgun No Boss No, who we know is fast,
Yeah.
to the lead, and set a pretty moderate opening quarter of 25 flat, but to speed up to 48 and 1
Yeah.
for the second quarter.
They
It's
were
a sprint, yeah, but they were traveling.
They were traveling. And No Boss No, once again, she ran a good race. She kind of blew the turn, turning into the stretch. And this gave Dashing Star the run through it between horses. No Boss No typically
But she
seems to run out of gas where it mattered most, but she ran a creditable race to finish in third.
Maybe if she'll learn to take the turns.
Yeah.
she'll do
And then
better.
there's Fallujah, who rounded out the top 4. I was a little surprised to see him not get across a little faster than he did, but he ran also a creditable race. And there's one other horse in here there are 2 other horses here I think are worth talking about. One of these would be in a good run, I think, from Kiss Me Kate. This is her best run to date, even though she was only fifth off the tens, but she actually saw the race pretty well. And I think we'd have to be really bad not to mention the disappointing run here, which had to be deal with it. I think a lot of people expected this one to run a lot better. He never really got into the race.
Right, and as I had mentioned before, as to she was a heavy favorite in her last start, where Rachel was able to defeat her, and I was like, even though she was running with the best 2 year olds we had last year, there wasn't a sign of improvement at all. Now she's with Victor Cheeseman, and again, she's not taking that step forward. And we've had this conversation all last Friday. What kind of 2 year olds did we have last year? Because they're not, the fresh faces are showing up this year and being the ones that are stepping forward. Even though Dashing Star was did debut last year, it's like she did not deal with it, did not make that step forward at 3, and it kind of was
Yeah,
seen in her
with a
last starts
shortened
last year.
season last year, then we've got obviously missed the first half of this year. It is so hard to say which are the better
Right.
2 year olds going forward. Well, that's it for race number one, and I believe Lyndon will be getting ready to get us ready for race number two, which is the Parliament Buildings of Barbados Handicap. We'll ask you to join us again for post time.
has been declared official. Race number 1, the Cheapside Gardens allotted weights race over 1,100 meters has been declared official. The winner, horse number 3, Dashing Star. Second, horse number 4, Storm Catcher. Third, horse number 5, No Boss No. And fourth was horse number 13, Fallujah, and a final time of 1:05 and 4. I can give you some distances for that race: 4 3/4, 3, 2.5, 2 1/4, a neck, 2.5, 4 3/4, 3 lengths, 2.5, 2 1/4, a neck, and 2 lengths, followed by a half length. Time fractions 25 flat for the quarter mile, the half mile in 48 and 1. And welcome back to the program Banking on the Bet. I'm your host, Lyndon Yard. We'll be joined a little later on in the afternoon by co-host Rashawn Aline. And we're now moving on to race number 2. This is the Parliament Building of Barbados Handicap, which goes a distance of 1,100 meters. And there's plenty of speed in here. And I dare say that it's for 3-year-olds and older horses rated 80 to 60. It's also open to horses rated 79 and below. 59 and below. Number 1 is Dominus, and he's after a beaver trick. Rhythm Rashid Hughes, 124 pounds, and justifiably he's at 1 to 5 on the board. Number 2 is Piton's Punch. Rhythm Ricky Walcott, 113 pounds is the weight. Number 3, Show Me the Money. This one is rhythm Enrico Prescott, 125 pounds when the 5 pounds comes off from that 130. Number 4 is Seeking Adventure. This one is ridden by Gerald Beckles, claims 3 and puts back up all 3 to go at 113 pounds. Number 5, Charles Frederick, ridden by Delana Lopez, who claims 3 from 125 and will go to post at 122 pounds. That's horse number 5, Charles Frederick. And if you just bear with me momentarily, it remains, actually, is now a change of owner. Now racing because of Wildcat Stables, horse number 5, Charles Frederick, and is conditioned by Kenny John. So change of owner and trainer. Kenny John, the trainer, and Wildcat Stables are the owners of Charles Frederick, horse number 5. Horse number 6 is Storm Force, ridden by Raheem Thorpe, and Storm Force will go to post at a weight of 110 pounds. So he claims 7 and put back up all 7. 110 is their weight. Number 7, Shane Doan, yet to run a good race. Ridden by Eric Daniel, 111 pounds. 111 on Shane Doan. And on the outside, Jack Manani Gap, ridden by the successful jockey of the first race, Afri Ward. And they go to post with a top-end post, second top-end post, I should say. Well, in the end, it will work out as a top-end post of 128 pounds. That's the field for the afternoon's second event. And this event offers Parry, Forecast, and Trifecta. My winner is going to come from horse number 1, Dominus. And just about coming into your picture. Just about to make it onto the track with you wearing the white cap. So, really doesn't need a lot of explanation or explaining the fact that this horse has been rampant ever since he turned late 2. And he's in dominant form. He's won 4 of 6 starts. And There's very little in here to suggest that he should not add this to his resume and make it a beaver trick on the track. Owned by Sir David C., trained by Andrew Nunez, and ridden by the 4 times champion jockey. You think I owe the young man an apology. I would have given him as a 3-time champion jockey last year, and that would have been the hat trick. So my sincere apologies as he continues to climb the corporate ladder here at the Garrison Savannah with 4 championships under his belt. Rashid Hughes. On my second line, we'll take horse number 8, Jack Manani Gap. I'm looking for a price. So you don't want to carry the overwhelming favorite at 1-4 with another favorite. So I'm going to take Jack Manani Gap, even though he's burdened with a weight of 128 pounds. I'm going to use the fact that Afi Ward has already tasted success as the reason why I believe he should be able to chase Dominus home and finish in that second position with a weight of 128 pounds. You like the odds shown on the board at 30-1. To complete my 3, I'm going to take horse number 3, Show Me the Money. Didn't factor well last race day when the track conditions were good to soft. And hence, gets an opportunity to just throw that race. If you throw that race and show what he's really shown on this going, I think he should factor in the equation. He falls on my third line on the jockey, Enrico Pescado. 1, 8, and 3 in the afternoon second race, the 1100 meters Parliament Buildings of Barbados Handicap. Good luck. Join me for race 3.
So we have an interesting second one. It's the Parliament Buildings of Barbados Handicap. It will be run at 1100 meters. And at 2-5 from the inside, Dominus. Raging hot favorite. Open at 1-4. And is looking to go for 4 straight. His 5th lifetime victory. Show the Money is going to be the last one to come onto the track as he had to change a bit of equipment. But we'll start with Dominus, who 129 pounds, 114 pounds. It doesn't matter who comes, Dean. They're all dealt the same fate at the hands of Dominus at this trip.
Yes, he has done absolutely nothing wrong sprinting. Looking for 4 straight. He's got the speed. Really, the only thing is there anyone here who could maybe rattle him a little early? Charles Frederick is quick. But is he quick enough?
Yeah, because the last time Charles Frederick ran, he ran versus Dominus, and he was drawn to the inside of Dominus, and yet Dominus was still able to clear him. He was giving Dominus 8 pounds, but nevertheless, Dominus was still able to get across. And I think you talk about the speed of Dominus, but also the class. I feel like he's such a classy individual, and he's just going to sprint his way to the
What
top.
about Show the Money? I think he's going back to where he belongs, sprinting.
Right.
His last win, granted, his 2 wins here were pretty quick times. Maybe he could pick up, if there's one who's going to pick up some pieces, it may be him.
Well, we're hoping to forget that last run at 1570. The last time he was sprinting, though, he was defeated by Dominus. He gave Dominus 16 pounds on that day. Today's only giving him 1 pound.
Yeah, and this is where we're going to see really and truly
what he's worth.
What either of the two of them really are. Seeking adventure.
I think an interesting one for me is horse number 2, Piton's Punch. And this is a maiden in Barbados. I'm very surprised that it's at 6-1. Thought that she would have been a bit higher. She sprinted once in Barbados, and on that day she was just a short head from defeating Show the Money. On that day, she took 120. She has 113 pounds today. She gets back to 1,100. Well, that was 1,000 meters. She gets back to sprinting for the first time since that. She's made 3 runs after that. And we could say that a little water in the track has been an adversary for her. It's pretty firm today, as we saw the first race come back in a blistering 105. And these horses are miles better than Dashing Star, so we'll see what this will come back in. But again, it's pretty firm, and maybe Piton's Punch, who I'm surprised is getting so much attention, but still not surprised, because I think she has that one sprint race that puts her in the mix, where she was right behind Show the Money. That will make her a factor here.
One thing, if the speed cracks, you're going to have to look for, I think, Seeking Adventure and Jack Manani Gap.
Yeah, I was looking at Jack Manani Gap. The only thing for me is the 128 pounds. He does cut back from 1,800 meters last time out. The blinkers go on as he goes here now, 1,100 meters, and definitely has the class, has the ability to sprint here. It's just if he's going to be able to, run down a classy sprinter like Dominus.
Yeah, and then there's a question marks on like Shane Doan.
Yeah, he has a lot of questions to answer if he's going to be a factor here. And even if he wins, there's a lot of questions to answer, because Shane Doan, we're at 99-1, and he's come into Barbados as well, and he hasn't really shown much. 3 starts. His best was his last start, I guess. His 7th. He's been 10th, 8th, 7th. There's not much to talk about here with him. Andrew Nunes trains 111 pounds. I'm not certain that if the pace cracks, it's going to be here. But with quality speed doesn't crack. They're good sprinters that are going to be on top of this race early, and they have the quality that they can take this field all the way. I think Dominus, with a more favorable draw, we would have seen him in the feature versus Gandalf and Zagan, but he was drawn on the outside. But I think that...
this is your better spot.
Yeah, this is the better spot, but the waters are going to inevitably get deeper, and I think he's going to be able to swim. But for right now, we see him here in the Parliament building. So with the call...
And Jack Manani goes in, joins the lineup. They're locked away. And Jack Manani backs right out. And just have a wait for him. On the inside, drawn 1 is Dominus. Piton's Punch, drawn 2, Show the Money 3. Seeking Adventure 4, Charles Frederick 5. Then Storm 4, 6, Shane Doan 7. And we wait now for Jack Manani and he joins the lineup. They're racing, and Dominus broke very smartly on the inside and already opens up daylight to stablemate Storm Force with second. Then on the inside is Show the Money. Between horses rushing up, there is Charles Frederick. There's a break of a length and a half to Shane Doan. Jack Manani this has 2 behind him. These are Piton's Punch and Seeking Adventure has all to pass as they round the far turn, head up the hill towards the 3 furlong marker. The opening quarter, 25-1, and it is Dominus in front by a length and a half from Show the Money. On the outside, Storm Force is third. Then there's Charles Frederick. Shane Doan running a big race to go fourth. On the inside, Jack Manani Gap needs some space to run. Inside the quarter pole they come. And Dominus has been dominant so far. In front by 3. Show the Money is second. On the outside, Shane Doan. Piton's Puncher Pierce White on the outside. Inside the funnel for long they come. And Dominus now gets right-handed encouragement. His hearts are going to win this race. And he accelerates smoothly away. Close your butts. Class dismissed. Dominus. Dominant today. Close for second between Shane Doan and Show the Money. Piton's Punch runs out the top 4. The winner stopped the clock in an impressive 104 and 4. In a moment, a recap for you. Thanks, Elena. Thanks, Elena. Racing and Dominus broke very smartly on the inside and already opens up daylight to stablemate Storm Force with second. Then on the inside is Show the Money between horses rushing up. There is Charles Frederick. There's a break of a length and a half to Shane Doan. Jack Manani Gap. This has 2 behind him. These are Piton's Punch and Seeking Adventure has all to pass as they round the far turn, head up the hill towards the 3 furlong marker. The opening quarter, 25 and 1, and it is Dominus in front by a length and a half from Show the Money. On the outside, Storm Force is third. Then there's Charles Frederick. Shane Doan running a big race to go fourth. On the inside, Jack Manani Gap needs some space to run. Inside the quarter pole they come. And Dominus has been dominant so far. In front by 3. Show the Money is second. On the outside, Shane Doan. Piton's Puncher Pierce White on the outside. Inside the funnel for long they come. And Dominus now gets right-handed encouragement. His hearts are going to win this race. And he accelerates smoothly away. Close your butts. Class dismissed. Dominus. Dominant today. Close for second between Shane Doan and Show the Money. Piton's Punch runs out the top 4. The winner stopped the... And Dominus has been dominant so far. In front by 3. Show the Money is second. On the outside, Shane Doan. Piton's Puncher Pierce White on the outside. Inside the funnel for long they come. And Dominus now gets right-handed encouragement. His hearts are going to win this race. And he accelerates smoothly away. Close your butts. Class dismissed. Dominus. Dominant today. Close for second between Shane Doan and Show the Money. Piton's Punch runs out the top 4. The winner stopped the clock in an impressive 104 and 4. Racing and Dominus broke very smartly on the inside and already opens up daylight to stablemate Storm Force with second. Elena. Racing and Dominus broke very smartly on the inside and already opens up daylight to stablemate Storm Force with second. Then Elena. Racing and Dominus broke very smartly on the inside and already opens up daylight to stablemate Storm Force with second. Then on the inside is Show the Money between horses rushing up. There is Charles Frederick. There's a break of a length and a half to Shane Doan. Jack Manani Gap. This has 2 behind him. These are Piton's Punch and Seeking Adventure has all to pass as they round the far turn, head up the hill towards the 3 furlong marker. The opening quarter, 25 and 1, and it is Dominus in front by a length and a half from Show the Money. On the outside, Storm Force is third. Then there's Charles Frederick. Shane Doan running a big race to go fourth. On the inside, Jack Manani Gap needs some space to run. Inside the quarter pole they come. And Dominus has been dominant so far. In front by 3. Show the Money is second. On the outside, Shane Doan. Piton's Puncher Pierce White on the outside. Inside the funnel for long they come. And Dominus now gets right-handed encouragement. His hearts are going to win this race. And he accelerates smoothly away. Close your butts. Class dismissed. Dominus. Dominant today. Close for second between Shane Doan and Show the Money. Piton's Punch runs out the top. crack. You know, the only way that speed cracks is if you get 3 or 4 of the
Good sprinters, exactly.
lineup, and they're
Exactly.
definitely not 3 or 4 with that early speed. Well, that brings us to the end of race 2, and race 3 is the City of Bridgetown handicap, and we'll join you just before post time for that.
Time now for Banking on the Bet.
And welcome back to the program Banking on the Bet. We're moving on to race number 3. And that's the City of Bridgetown Handicap. It's for 3 years and older horses rated 75 to 57 by extension. It's open to horses rated 56 and below. A competitive field of 7th face starter Mark Batson. And they will be as follows.
Time now for Banking.
121 pounds. Ridden by Shaquille Bellamy. And this one, of course, will race in the colors of Titans Racing and not in the, as printed in the program, Adam Dean, the owner. So number 1, Campaigner's Goal, will appear on the program, in the track actually, in white colors and not the traditional black with gold. Number 2 is Inspired Adventure, ridden by Gerald Beckles, who claims 3 and goes to post at 125 pounds. Over the page, horse number 3, Nilos, the second runner here for trainer Kenny John. And this one is ridden by Rashid Hughes, 118 pounds on the board. And Tony Bishop catches 1 pound over, and he rides horse number 4, 17 million US, for trainer Richard Dean. Number 5, Oriental Crown, 122, with the apprentice Dan Lopez having claimed 5 and put back up 6. Andrew Nunez is your conditioner. Over the page, and we will get horse number 6, Sing Sing. And this is one of the short ones in the betting, ridden by Eric Daniel, trained by Robert Pierce, and the final weight is 121 pounds. And on the outside, the second runner here for that will appear in the colors of Adam Dean. I think this really probably has the little issue. 3 in here, really. And this one is Good Vibration. Ridden by Anderson Trotman. She ran a corker last time when finishing second over 1,570 meters. She stretches out to a distance that she's done well at. And Trotman, the 8 times champion jockey of Barbados, is on board. The call is Riders Up. And this race offers Parry forecast. And my winner is going to come from horse number 6, Sing Sing. And this one has really come on since turning that corner at the beginning of the year. And now a 5-year-old really came on as a late 3-year-old, but has really gone on to run some very decent races. I think it's due for to hit the winners enclosure. If you look at his form, he's been second, first, second, first, third, fifth, and second. And at 121 pounds today, track conditions can be no excuse. And this one gets my backing to get the job done here for owner, Mr. Nicholas Moute, and trainer Robert Pierce, and Loosh, as he's affectionately called by his friends and comrade, that is jockey Eric Daniel, my winner, horse number 6, Sing Sing. On my second line, I'm going to take horse number 2, Inspired Adventure. So you always want to throw some weight behind the favorite. That's the second favorite I selected, but Inspired Adventure shows up here at 7-2. And finished well in his last effort and was running on. Goes back up in weight today. Gerald Beckers is on board and really looks the part. Going down to the start. It's a little bit of question mark about going this far, but he has an equal opportunity. It's a very, very strong and star-studded field of good steers. And those will be my 2 in here. If I'm looking for a third horse, I will have to go again. I just want to swing for some odds. And we'll throw in horse number 4, 17 million US at 13-1. So if you're looking for odds, the name is right. And the currency, you'll get it in Barbados, providing that it comes back. So I'm going 6-2. I'm going to take horse number 4, 17 million US on my third line. Good luck. Join me for the afternoon's 4th race.
Well, the horses are making their way down to the start for this, the third race on the program, the City of Bridgetown Handicap. And it's a interesting field. Um, Adam Dean is represented in here by three runners, Campaigners Gold. He has also got 17 million US and Good Vibration. So horses 1, 4, and 7. And we'll start with the latter. Good Vibration was second last time out, only beaten 3.5 lengths by Deja Vu, who showed that he is going to be one of the very nice Creoles. Good Vibration, 5-year-old mare. She was second and ran a very credible race over 1,570 meters. It was partnered by Anderson Trotman, who once again will hold the reins. The track conditions are a little firmer than it was last time out, 7 days ago. And we don't know if that's going to affect her performance. 17 million US was last time out behind Dominus over 1,100 meters. Last time this one went over 9 furlongs or 1,800 meters, was 7th. It was also 3rd over a similar trip before finishing 9th over 2,000 meters.
I think she was actually 5th last time out, beat on 5 lengths. It's a new program, so it's kind of weird to read. He's actually 5th, beat on 5 lengths.
Beat on 5 lengths. My question mark here is that was sprinting, and this is now over 1,800 meters. I think this is more likely to suit her than the 5.5 furlongs. And then the third ending right here is Campaigners Gold. He has not had any form of late, and he would have to run a much better race than his last outing when he was 9th, beating some 32 lengths. Inspired Adventure has Jarrell Bacazut. He rode him in his last outing over 1,570 meters just 7 days ago. On that occasion, he chased home Deja Vu, Good Vibration. Of course, Good Vibration reopposes. There's no Deja Vu, and they're stretching out. I think the extra ground should help this son of Tapizar. Nilos is number 3. And his last run was Boxing Day, where he was 4th of 6 over 1,570 meters. Finished going 9 furlongs. He was not a bad run, finishing 4th of 6 behind Terrain and Sing Sing. Sing Sing once again returns. 17 million US, we spoke about that one. And Oriental Crown has had 2 starts here. His first start was over 1,800 meters on the 24th of October last year. He finished 4th of 12. However, he came back disappointed going over a similar trip, finishing 8th of 11 behind Terrain and Sing Sing. So you need to see a bit of an improvement from him. Sing Sing, this is one I have a lot of time for. At this level, was second behind Terrain last time out, over 1,800 meters. 5th behind Queen of Pitons and Terrain, also over 1,800 meters. Tried to hand at 2,000 meters and finished 3rd. So definitely stamina is not a question mark, and will probably have a very good chance. The horses have reached the starting gate. They're just with 1 or 2 exceptions. I can see Seeking Adventure is still a little way off. The others are walking around behind. Inspired Adventure. On form, Sing Sing, Terrain is one of the ones that we think very highly of. To be second to Terrain and not beaten badly on that occasion must give him some credibility here. He's a decent type. He is 1/1800 meters. On that occasion, he beat the likes of Sensational and Pretty Princess. Um, he was third behind Gandalf, which is not a bad thing on anybody's resume. And he was also second behind What You Think, who was one of the promising 3-year-olds. He must have a very good chance. Like I said, Good Vibration was second last time out behind Deja Vu, over 1,570 meters. Her last two times over this trip were disappointing. However, she did have a second over a certain trip behind Nilos. Nilos is once again reopposing this afternoon. But I think having had that race under her belt should bring her much closer to the winner's enclosure for this type of company. Looking across that start, they've not started to load them as yet. They're all there just walking around. There's a prohibitive favorite at 6-5 for horse number 6. And that's Sing Sing, which is not surprising. You'll get 2-1 for number 7, Good Vibration. After that run last time out, went off at 42-1. So $40 shorter. And horse number 3, Nilos, also gets a bit of support in at 2-1. You get 5-1 for Inspired Adventure. 7-1 for Oriental Crown. Someone likes him a bit. 12-1. It's a very good odds, I think, for horse number 4, which is 17 million US. I think that's very generous. And then a long way out any betting is number 1, Campaigner's Gold, with the apprentice Shaquille Bellamy aboard. And like I said, he really has no form to talk about. 7 days ago, he was beaten some 32 lengths in at 99-1. His last time over this trip, he did manage to finish 4th behind some decent company, Arrowhead, Butterfly, and Jack Manani Gap. And this obviously, these are a little below that level. And that's his only 9 furlong that we can see here on the form sheet. His other trips over were all over 1,100 meters and 1,570 meters, where he has obviously struggled for speed. The loading process has started, and we just have a small field. Nilos going forward. Then next one to go forward will be Oriental Crown. Good Vibration and 17 million US. And the last one to load will be Sing Sing, and Rashawn has the call.
So that was Good Vibration that just went in. And the last one will be the favorite, Sing Sing, for the City of Bridgetown Handicap, field of 7. All in line. And where they go, Campaigner's Goal and Inspired Adventure, both were slow away, but Nilos will pick it up with Rashid Hughes. Oriental Crown is second. On the outside, Good Vibration races into third. On the inside, in fourth with Antonio Bishop is 17 million US. The Midsummer winner is 3 lengths off of the lead, tracked by Sing Sing, Campaigner's Goal, and the last one is Inspired Adventure, and the field is covered by 4 lengths as they race up the stretch for the first time. Oriental Crown to the neck of Nilos. 3 wide is Good Vibration, who's about to lose some ground as they race into the turn, and she's 3 wide. Her stablemate tracks her from 4th. That's 17 million US. Then there's Campaigner's Goal. Sing Sing and Daniel are next, and Inspired Adventure continues to trail through an opening quarter in 25 and 4. And it's a pretty bunched field as Nilos takes them along up the back stretch. 3/4 of a length on top of Oriental Crown. The Adam Dean pair of Good Vibration and 17 million US continue to race together. Third and fourth inside the half mile they race. Campaigners Goal, Sing Sing, and Inspired Adventure has been last every step of the way. The field is still bunched. A blanket could go over them. They're covered by 5 lengths as they go over the top of the hill. And Nilos is still the leader. Oriental Crown is second. Good Vibration is being called upon. Chino rushes into second as Oriental Crown is under pressure and back to third. Bishop calls on 17 million US as well. Sing Sing has a lot of work to do with the quarter mile left. They're going 4 horses to pass. On the inside is Campaigners Goal, and Inspired Adventure is still last as they turn for home. And Nilos is still the leader as they swing to the judge. In between horses, now let loose is 17 million US. Good Vibration has called it today. Inspired Adventure is on the outside fourth, but 17 million US is coming to the wire and coming to the wire strongly. Clear by 3. 17 million US wins from Nilos. Then came Good Vibration. Inspired Adventure managed to grab only fourth. Sing Sing. Then came Campaigners Goal, and the last one home was Oriental Crown in a final time of 152 and 4.
Well, 152 and 4, the final time for race number 3. So many congratulations to the connections, and must also pay kudos to the ground staff here at the Garrison Savannah. Remember last race day, which was last Friday, only a week ago, we had a good to soft track. So the times so far have been crackingly good, I must admit. 152 and 4. And we're going to just wait the results to go up. But no doubt about the winner, a former midsummer winner. The results posted on the board, 4, 3, 7, and 2. 4, 3, 7, and 2. The winner, horse number 4, 17 million US. And last time I checked, on the board at 10 to 1. Second, horse number 3. That was Nilos, attempted to make all. Third, horse number 7. And horse number 7 would definitely be the stablemate of 17 million US. This is good.
And where they go, Campaigners Goal and Inspired Adventure both were slow away, but Nilos will pick it up with Rashid Hughes. Oriental Crown is second. On the outside, Good Vibration races into third. On the inside, in fourth with Antonio Bishop is 17 million US. The midsummer winner is 3 lengths off of the lead. Tracked by Sing Sing, Campaigners Goal, and the last one is Inspired Adventure, and the field is covered by 4 lengths as they race up the stretch for the first time. Oriental Crown to the neck of Nilos. 3 wide is Good Vibration, who's about to lose some ground as they race into the turn, and she's 3 wide. Her stablemate tracks her from fourth. That's 17 million US. Then there's Campaigners Goal. Sing Sing and Daniel are next, and Inspired Adventure continues to trail through an opening quarter in 25 and 4. And it's a pretty bunched field as Nilos takes them along up the back stretch, 3/4 of a length on top of Oriental Crown. The Adam Dean pair of Good Vibration and 17 million US continue to race together. Third and fourth inside the half mile they race. Campaigners Goal, Sing Sing, and Inspired Adventure has been last every step of the way. The field is still bunched. A blanket could go over them. They're covered by 5 lengths as they go over the top of the hill. And Nilos is still the leader. Oriental Crown is second. Good Vibration is being called upon. Chino rushes into second as Oriental Crown is under pressure and back to third. Bishop calls on 17 million US as well. Sing Sing has a lot of work to do with the quarter mile left. They're going 4 horses to pass. On the inside is Campaigners Goal, and Inspired Adventure is still last as they turn for home. And Nilos is still the leader as they swing to the judge. In between horses, now let loose is 17 million US. Good Vibration has called it today. Inspired Adventure is on the outside fourth, but 17 million US is coming to the wire and coming to the wire strongly. Clear by 3. 17 million US wins from Nilos. Then came Good Vibration. Inspired Adventure managed to grab only 4th.
Campaigners Goal, and Inspired Adventure is still last.
Well, Rashawn,
US Good Vibration has called.
Back to the winner's circle by Adam Dean, the owner. His dad Richard, who does the training. And they had the winner and the third place horse in this event. Congratulations to them. Your comments?
Yeah, I think it was a pretty good performance from 17 million US. They all had a chance coming from home because they never really was much daylight between any of them. And I thought she would have been on the lead, to be honest, coming off of that 5.5 race last time out where she finished fifth. But she did get a pretty good cozy trip by Bishop behind the leaders, and her stablemate just gave her all to come through as they turned for home. Good vibration that was, and she came out a strong winner. 116 pounds. She is a 5-year-old being mare by Eagles Peak out of the Janat mare Sweet Enough. She was bred by Paul Noel, and she's owned by Mr. Adam Dean. And let's not forget that her biggest triumph did come at this 9 furlongs when she won the Midsummer a few years ago. I know she seems like Adam Dean has really gotten her and good vibration back into that form that we came familiar with as they were 3-year-olds. Second past the post was horse number 3, and that was Nilos. This one set the pace throughout and only faded late. Very controlled fraction of 25 and 4, 51 and 2, 116 and 2, 140 and 3. 17 million US's final time was 152 and 4. And yes, it's 2 sprints versus a 9 furlong, but contrary to the pace that we've seen set so far for the day, this was on the opposite. It was very controlled, very settled, very slow, which is why the field was probably so bunched. And Neil Loss was able to get away with these soft fractions and take them as far as he could. But sitting a perfect trip like a catbird seat was 17 million US, and she was able to pounce. Third was horse number 7, Good Vibration, coming off of 7 days rest. You may have mentioned it before the start of the race that she tends to run better when there's a bit more cut. I think she's been able to perform when it is firm, but her best races have been, even looking down through her form, her last start, she was second to Deja Vu and Good to Firm. And before that, her only on the board finish in her last 8 starts before that was a victory on Good to Firm going 10 furlongs. So Good to Firm, Good to Soft for this dot of Happy Memories. And we talk about the progeny of Happy Memories, liking it with a cut, and maybe today might have been a bit too firm for her. And fourth was horse number 2, Inspired Adventure. And I think this horse falls victim to very, very overconfident rides. I don't know if this that they're calling on him and he's not responding till very late, but for as long as I can remember, as he turned 4 and older,
I think he needs something to run at.
But he gets a lot to run at. He's always dead last.
The fractions weren't there. You know, he doesn't get the speed to crack for him to come home.
But I guess then that's it doesn't seem like they keep him engaged. We know he has a turn of foot, this son of Tapazor, but trying to depend on that each time. I was looking, analyzing the race during the week, and I watched his race last time out, and it was a big field, and they left him with so much to do. And I was like, well, maybe with a smaller field today, he'd be a bit more engaged. And today, again, dead last. And as I was calling it, I realized that like 2.5 furlongs from home, the rider isn't even calling on him, and today it was Beckles, and he finished 4th. And I think having him a bit more engaged, a bit earlier up, I know it might be hard to get closer to the pace, but it's really to his detriment coming with these late runs all the time.
Yeah, well, he stayed on once again to grab 4th, but and of the others, there's really not much to talk about.
Well, the favorite didn't hit the board, and I think that's a huge disappointment for Sing Sing, who I thought was quietly one of the best Creoles that we had. We saw he was very consistent going into the Tanglewood last year, where he finished 3rd to Gandalf and Butterfly. And I think that coming back from then, he had a perfect trip behind terrain last time. The rails just completely opened up for him every time that he wanted to go through. And he finished 2nd. And before that, Queen of Pitons knocked him out of the water. So I don't know where Sing Sing is right now, if he's still the same Sing Sing that we saw before that Tanglewood, if the breaks are doing him well or not. But this is a very disappointing performance from Sing Sing, because the good Sing Sing definitely does beat this field.
Well, that rounds off the first 3 races on the day, and race 4 is the Queen's Park Handicap, and we'll be back with you just before that.
And now for banking on the bet.
And welcome back to the program. We're moving on to race number 4, the Queen's Park Handicap. It's for 3 years and older horses, rated 45 to 27, and they go a distance of 1,800 meters. And that's identically where the last race was run. A nice and competitive field. I'm sure if you can get this combination right, it will offer a good payment, almost guaranteed. And this race is the first of the 3 superfecta races on the card. Superfecta races today being races 4, 6, and 8. And it also begins the Soca 6, which is races 4 through 9. And those would be 2 exciting wagering that you would want to get. Make sure you have a bet in. So the pick 4 starts here, and the first superfecta. As the riders mount, starters as follows. Number 1 is Shake Them Up Noble. Rhythm is Shane Dawson. 116 pounds is the weight on number 1, Shake Them Up Noble, in blinkers. Number 2 is Odyssey. Tongue tie and cheek pieces. Gerald Beckles will claim 3. Goes to post at 120 pounds on this filly, which is trained by Andrew Nunez. Number 3, Mr. US, rhythm by Eric Daniel, 122 pounds for Robert Pierce, and Mr. US will wear a tongue tie. Over the page, we're going to pick up horse number 4, St. David's, and this one is written by Rashawn Mears, who will claim 7, 121 pounds, and St. David's will be racing for Round Table Stud Farms as usual. Now trained by trainer Robert Pierce. So just moving from the yard of Richard Dean to trainer Robert Pierce. Number 5 is Tiger Cat, ridden by Anthony Bishop, 127 pounds, and she will wear a tongue tie. Number 6, one that is very well considered. This is Petty Princess. The mount of Raheem Thorpe, 114 pounds is the weight that they will go to post with. And Petty Princess will wear a tongue tie as she seeks win number 2 in succession, which, if she gets it, will be career win number 5. Let's skip and go downfield and pick up horse number 9 right in front of you, just so you get a look at Oprah in the colors of Adam Dean, and trained by Richard Dean, ridden by Anderson Trotman with a tongue tie on, 123 pounds. And that is horse number 9, Oprah. Comes back to pick up horse number 7. Or actually, we can pick up horse number 8. Number 7 is now in starter. Number 8, which is Fillmore's, ridden by Key Markelly, 117 pounds, 116 pounds, beg your pardon. And this one is trained by Jonathan Simpson. Flick the page, and let's move to horse number 11, Bonita Bay, number 10, Bonita Bay. The mount of none other than the champion jockey Rashid Hughes, 121 pounds with a tongue tie. Let's pick up horse number 13, and just coming into your picture. And that one is drawn on the outside, Sensational, ridden by Afri Ward, 123 pounds. And the Sensation is fitted with tongue tie and cheek pieces. And stirred up, horse number 12, just about to exit the parade ring. And gets the services of Ronaldo Cumberbatch with a tongue tie on, 127 pounds for the runner here, which is trained by Andrew Nunez. And the one that we will be missing, or we haven't picked up yet, is horse number 11 on the way down. And this is none other than Whispering Angel. She's ridden in cheek pieces by Enrico Prescott. 118 pounds is her weight. That's the field for the afternoon's first superfecta. This race offers pari forecast superfecta, and it is also the first leg of the Soca 6. So pari forecast and trifecta as well in this event. So my winner is going to come from horse number 10, Bonita Bay. So I'm just going to follow the movement here of the jockey. I think last effort she attempted that she ran. I think she had a fall with young
Well,
Beverly.
the
She was
horses have
traveling very,
left the
very well
parade
in
ring
that
and are
apprentice
making
race
it
when she
right.
took a tumble between the 3 and the 4 furlong pole. The fact that Rashid Hughes climbs the board here today, that is evidently enough reason for me to stick with her, despite the fact that she would have encountered a fall then. On my second line, we'll take Phil Moore's. With Yonki Markelli up 117 pounds. I expect this one to come running towards the end, or maybe they'll try to go like he did early in his career when Rashid Hughes won with him over 1,800 meters. Had back-to-back scores on that occasion. My third line is going to be horse number 6, Petty Princess, well considered in the betting, showing on the board as 9-5 joint favorite. Justifiably so, also very impressive in the last effort. Raheem Thorpe retains the ride. And then to complete my form, we'll take horse number 11, Whispering Angel. You know the usual thing with me. I like to throw in some weight around 49-1. So if you can get this one at a price there or thereabouts, guarantee your your superfecta should be paying fairly decent. Now to my Soca 6, I'm going to spend $36 at 50 cents. So in race 4, I'm going to take 6 and 10. And take 2 in the race 4. I'm going to take a solitary winner of race 5, horse number 2. Race 5, 2. Race 6, I'm going 6 and 12, so I'm going 2 deep. 6 and 12 in race 6. Race 7, I'm going 3 deep. 5, 7, and 15. 5, 7, and 15. Race number 8, I'm going 7 and 9, 2 deep. 7 and 9, and in the final race, race 9, to complete the Soca 6, I'm going 3 deep, 1, 8, and 11. 1, 8, and 11. So that combined will give me, I'm spending $36 at 50 cents. Let's hope that we can all be successful in the Soca 6 today. Good luck. Join me for race 5.
And that was over 1,570 meters. And has very little to talk about since then. Mr. US is number 3. And Eric Daniel rides for trainer Robert Pierce. Was a winner over 1,570 meters way back in 2019. Subsequent form has been somewhat disappointing. St. David's is number 5, and his problem has been leaving the starting gates. Did win on the 4th of January, over 1,570 meters. Last couple of starts, he was well beaten, and he would have to overcome his gate issues if he's going to have a chance. Tiger Cat is number 5. Only had 3 starts, and nothing there to suggest in with a shot would have to improve. We talked about Pretty Princess. Amiash is one of these solid old horses here. This 8-year-old, having had 5 wins from 33 starts. Last win was over a similar trip, chased home by Little But Lucky and Mascara. I think Amiash would have to run a much better race. We spoke about Fillmore's. Oprah is number 9. Benefits from having Anderson Trotman up. Was last seen on Boxing Day and finished well beaten. I think her best races have been over shorter trips, however. And Bonita Bay is number 10. And presently, Bonita Bay should be one of the favorites. As the board changes, and at 9-5 is now the favorite. So it's pretty competitive in the betting. Last start, unfortunately, 5-year-old mare went down, and that was Boxing Day. Form has been decent. A couple of 4th place finishes behind the likes of Phil Moore's, but does benefit from having Rashid Hughes aboard, and that's always a plus. Whispering Angel is number 11. Presently in at 24-1. Form has been somewhat inconsistent. Was a winner over 1,570 meters, but then was disqualified. So really and truly, um, it's hard to go with this one at this point. Subsequent form has been disappointing. Stir it up. Gets Ronaldo Cumberbatch from the 12th hole, and stir it up's form did have a win over 1,570 meters on Boxing Day. Came back out last race day 7 days ago, finishing dead last over 1,100 meters. But I'm pretty sure we can toss that run because it's the only run of recent times where it has sprinted and it has won over the strip. And this 5-year-old Chestnut mare is presently in at 17-1. And then there's Sensational. He's an out-and-out steer. His last run was on the 12th of December over the similar trip, where he finished down the field. But he has won at a similar trip, and that was in January last year under Rashid Hughes. On that occasion, he did beat Sparkle and Mr. US. Subsequent form, he did have a second place finish in February over 1,800 meters. The last two runs, however, have been somewhat of a disappointment. He would probably be doing his best work towards the end. He tends to want pace, I think, and he will benefit from an off-reward ride this afternoon. Looking across to the starting gate, I can tell you that the loading process has started. As going forward, there was horse number 6, Pretty Princess. Still a few outside. We can give you a quick rundown. The odds 99-1 for horse number 1, Shake Them Up Noble. And of course, the board would change, but number 5. Number 2 is in at 59-1. That's Odyssey. 4-1 for number 3, Mr. US, St. David's. Number 4, the board change, is in at 49-1. 20-1 for number 5, Tiger Cat. Pretty Princess is lengthened out a bit to 2-1. And then we get, trying to find it, number 8, sorry, that's Fillmore's. Is in at 4-1, lengthening 9-1 for number 9, Oprah. 2-1 favorite remains number 10, Bonita Bay. Whispering Angel is in at 11-1, in at 21-1, 19-1 for horse number 12. Stirred Up and Sensational. And the board will just give us the odds. It's in at 14-1. You've just got 3 outside, and Rashawn has the call.
So those 3 are St. David's, Sensational, and Stir It Up. So it's a wide open Queen's Park handicap field of 12. And any moment we'll be underway. Just 2 to come forward now. St. David's, we'll see if he breaks with the field today and Stir It Up. She goes in. An unsettled Shake Them Up Noble. And where they go. And Oprah missed the break. She spotted the field about 5 lengths in the early stages. It is Odyssey who goes out to lead. Odyssey's at the head of affairs with Phil Morse. Behind these race, Mr. US, Shake Them Up Noble. The maiden Tiger Cat is there as well, as they're about 7 wide. Bonita Bay, Whispering Angel, her stablemate Sensational. Stirred Up is right there in contention. She's about 11th, but she's only 3 lengths from the lead. Just in front of her is Pretty Princess, and the last one is 17 million US. Actually, St. David's still keeping up these late breaking habits is about 150 lengths lasts the race into the top turn. It is Odyssey. 5.5 furlongs from home with the lead on top by a head over Phil Morris. Then Sensational. Behind him races Shake Them Up Noble. In between horses goes Mr. US as Whispering Angel goes 3 wide up the back stretch. Bonita Bay is next. Then the Pretty Princess is down on the inside. She's 4.5 lengths off of the lead as they race to the half-mile pole. Stirred Up just went by Tiger Cat and 17 million. And Oprah's at the back as they race over the top of the hill. And it is on the outside, Phil Morris who picks it up. Phil Morris at the head of affairs now at Odyssey. Sensational runs into contention. Third then Mr. US. Shake Them Up Noble as they run down the hill. And going a length and a half clear, shooting for home is Phil Morris. And it's Phil Morris race to win or lose from here with a quarter mile left to go. Sensational's in pursuit. Odyssey's backtracking, then comes Stir It Up. Pretty Princess coming wide, but has a lot of work to do to reel in Phil Morris as they swing to the judge. And Phil Morris has blown the Queen's Park handicap open. He's clear by 5. Pretty Princess coming over to the pack to try to run him down. Sensational is on the spot third. Oprah from way back comes into contention as well, but Phil Morris stole it from 3 furlongs out and comes away an easy winner. Wins by 4 from Pretty Princess, whom it just held second over Oprah. Then came Sensational in a final time of 154 and 1. Bull. And where they go. And Oprah missed the break. She spotted the field about 5 lengths in the early stages. It is Odyssey who goes out to lead. Odyssey's at the head of affairs with Phil Morris. Behind these race, Mr. US, Shake Them Up Noble. The Maiden Tiger Cat is there as well as they're about 7 wide. Bonita Bay, Whispering Angel, her stablemate Sensational. Stirred Up is right there in contention. She's about 11th, but she's only 3 lengths from the lead. Just in front of her is Pretty Princess, and the last one is 17 million US. Actually, St. David's still keeping up these late breaking habits. Is about 150 lengths lasts the race into the top turn. It is Odyssey. 5.5 furlongs from home with the lead on top by a head over Phil Morris. Then Sensational. Behind him races Shake Them Up Noble. In between horses goes Mr. US as Whispering Angel goes 3 wide up the back stretch. Bonita Bay is next. Then the Pretty Princess is down on the inside. She's 4.5 lengths off of the lead as they race to the half-mile pole. Stirred Up just went by Tiger Cat and 17 million. And Oprah's at the back as they race over the top of the hill. And it is on the outside, Phil Morris who picks it up. Phil Morris at the head of affairs now at Odyssey. Sensational runs into contention. Third then Mr. US. Shake Them Up Noble as they run down the hill. And going a length and a half clear, shooting for home is Phil Morris. And it's Phil Morris race to win or lose from here with a quarter mile left to go. Sensational's in pursuit. Odyssey's backtracking, then comes Stir It Up. Pretty Princess coming wide, but has a lot of work to do to reel in Phil Morris as they swing to the judge. And Phil Morris has blown the Queen's Park handicap open. He's clear by 5. Pretty Princess coming over to the pack to try to run him down. Sensational is on the spot third. Oprah from way back comes into contention as well, but Phil Morris stole it from 3 furlongs out and comes away an easy winner. Wins by 4 from Pretty Princess, whom it just held second over Oprah. Then came Sensational in a final time of 154 and 1.
A lot of work to do to
Well, Rashawn, Phil Morris.
Yeah, that was pretty impressive for him.
Yeah.
He really took it to him, and no one could go with him. This is now his It's his 4th victory, and Levi Cadogan took over the ownership in his career. He's a 5-year-old chestnut bay gelding by Bram Stoker of the Spectrum Mare Solid Gold. This is a Brighton bloodstock pedigree top to bottom. So it's no surprise that that's his breeder. And as I said, he's owned by Mr. Levi Cadogan. I think it was a pretty enterprising ride by Kelly to pick up the running and make them catch him 3 furlongs from home. And I guess it's the confidence that he had in Phil Morris that he would see it out, that early move, and he won by open lengths. It wasn't like he was shortening and they were getting to him. He continued to stamp his authority over this field to win by open lengths.
Yes, it was a very, very impressive performance and a nice enterprising ride by the young man. And Jonathan Simpson must be thrilled. I mean, it's a Bram Stoker who he owns, and of course, Solid Gold. A very nice performance.
Was this the horse that Solid Gold raced in full with?
Yes.
Okay. That's pretty interesting.
Well, it's done quite often in Europe, and this was a very nice performance. Of the others, number 6, finishing second there.
Yeah, that was Pretty Princess.
Pretty Princess.
I think she was battling for favoritism at some point.
Yeah, she was well considered bad, and then she ran a creditable race.
Yeah.
Stayed on relentlessly, but by then the winner had already flown the coop.
Right, they're already gone. And she had to come from pretty far back. She was way back in the field, as well as the one who she just held second over, number 9, Oprah, who won, isn't, especially through the classics, wasn't one that you would say would stay.
No, it didn't look that way.
She would stay at all. She's, again, like how we saw Dashing Star in the first race. She is very, very small, very petite filly. And she was so far back. I thought at one point she was the one that was last, but her stablemate St. David said, no, that's reserved for me. But Oprah, she was so far behind the field, and in a blink of an eye, she was contesting second. And I don't know what it is when Adam Dean and Richard Dean takes them over, but they completely turned the corner. And a filly like this now at 9 furlongs making such a, I mean, she may have found the right class to do it with, but
that's the thing.
But she definitely made a great run for her first start for the Deans.
Yes, but as I say, any horse will get any trip. It depends who it's getting it
exactly.
with.
They can get it just how fast.
And then Sensational rounding out the top 4. I think he ran a pretty good race. He kind of won pace through the stretch. He chased Phil Moore's, I think. It's one of those situations where right into win may have cost you second or third.
Exactly.
And that chasing after Phil Morris, who had already long gone.
Because then you're running Phil Morris's race rather than your own. And if you are, because if you look through his form, this is his company because he was with behind Aerodynamic and Secret Mission. Horses who are a bit above this this group, but then 2 starts back, he was behind Phil Morris again. So trying to go with the horse in an early move who has proven to be your better, who's had your number before, it's going to be to your detriment. And as you said, sometimes you try to ride to win and you go lower than if you had just been patient, you could have held second maybe. But everybody's going to try to win, try to get to the front, try to get home.
That's what we're here for.
Exactly.
As I told someone, I never walked out the jocks room trying to think, can I finish 4th?
Right, exactly. Unless you have like a head-to-head bet with someone, is like,
and even then,
exactly. You're trying to still win the race.
Let me win.
Yeah. The reality of that victory may lose, maybe a bit small as you go on, but as soon as you're by the gates, you're trying to win.
Yeah.
As the race goes on, that might become more of a dream than a reality, but at least at the beginning, you're trying to win. And that's what happened here. Was Sensational tried to take on the pace, and then Phil Morris came and just went by and put this soundly to bed.
Pretty much, and that wraps up for race number 4. And race number 5 is the Old Town Hall Condition Race, and we'll be back for that one.
And welcome back to the program Banking on the Bet, where we're on to probably the best betting race of the afternoon's card. The top trios in Barbados going 1,570 meters, and they compete here in the Old Town Hall condition race, which carries a purse of some $18,500 for 3-year-olds, with preference to start this race given to non-West Indian breds. Number 1 is Dream Society, ridden by Alfred Ward, 123 pounds. From 3 starts, he's been first, second, and third. So he's hit the board in all 3. The People's Champ is the one that will all have to be here from me. And this one is ridden by Anderson Trotman, 123 pounds for trainer Andrew Nunez. And in 2 career starts, he has a win and a third under his belt. Number 3 is Destino, one of 2 maidens in this event. Ridden by Ricky Walcott, 118 pounds with blinkers on. And your trainer is Stephen Bino. Horse number 2, People's Champ, is also fitted with blinkers. Over the page, horse number 4, Red Heat. And this is the only import in the race. Blinkers and tongue tie her equipment. And she's ridden by Eric Daniel, 118 pounds. And Robert Pierce is your trainer. In 2 lifetime starts, she's yet to hit the board. Number 5 is the Conky Man with a record of 4 starts, 1 win, 1 third. He's ridden today by Donal Lopez. Blinkers and tongue tie his equipment. Robert Pierce is also the trainer. Number 6, Cabalito, the other maiden in the field. 3 starts, 1 second, 1 third. And Cabalito is ridden today by Gerald Beckles, catches 115 pounds. Your trainer is Roger Parpacino. Amante, easily the juvenile of 2020. 3 career starts, 2 victories. She got her colors lowered when she met none other than the People's Champ, second time around. And as I said, got her colors lowered then. And she's ridden by Enrico Prescott as she has been for the first 2 starts. 118 minus 513 pounds. Rommel Perkins levels, still looking for the first win of the 2nd season here in Barbados. Over the page, horse number 8, Rachel. Ridden by Rashid Hughes, 118 pounds for trainer Richard Dean. In 3 starts, she has a solitary victory. Criterion is horse number 9 for trainer Andrew Nunez. Antonio Bishop climbs the board for the first time. The weight is 123 pounds, and he's fitted with blinkers for this assignment, which is his 5th. And the 4 before this one has resulted in a win and 2 third-place finishes. And on the outside, horse number 10, she made a fantastic entry into horse racing. And we'll see whether she can extend that streak today. Talking about none other than Fantastic Move for trainer Xavier Blanche, ridden by Raheem Torque, 111 pounds, and the filly will stretch out to 1,570 meters in career start number 2, where she's 1 for 1 in her career. Very appetizing event here. This race offers exacta try, and it's the 2nd leg of the Soca 6. My winner is going to come from horse number 2, the People's Champ. And everybody wants to be a champ, and everybody wants to beat the champ. And he was very impressive when he won on Boxing Day, on the day when we had day and night racing. And he shows on the board at 7-5, justifiably so as well. It was very impressive on that occasion. And ridden by Anderson Trotman, owned by the kids Syndicate and Mrs. Stefan Narang Singh, and trained by Andrew Nunez. So that's my victor here, People's Champ at Anderson Trotman. On my 2nd leg, we'll take horse number 10, Fantastic Move. As I said, she made a fantastic entry into racing, albeit on a good to soft track. We'll see how she handles the good to firm. Her half Fantastic Francis handled it exceptionally well. So if anything is in her favor, the fact that she should be able to handle both going. She stretches out for the first time, whether she goes to the front or whether she's held up, that's left to be seen. And she falls on my 2nd line, light and force of 118 pounds. To complete my 3, I'm going to take horse number 7, Amante. And she shows on the board at 14-1. So that's a generous offer, given the fact that she had the beating of these juveniles at 2. And it was a rather erratic race going into the paddock bend when she attempted 1,570 meters for the first time. So if she can just avoid that trouble, I'm sure that she will be equally as much a handful here. So I'm going in this event 2, 10, and 7 in what we'll consider to be the afternoon supporting feature. It's the Old Town Hall condition race over 1,570 meters. The best of the best. Locally bred Creoles will meet. One imported. And that import is none other than Red Heat. We'll see who will be bringing the heat when the race finishes. Good luck.
Welcome back. We move on to race number 5, the Old Town Hall Handicap. But before we go into those runners and some analysis, I'm going to give you the payments from races 2 through 4. Race number 2 was the Parliament Buildings of Barbados Handicap. It was won by horse number 1, Dominus, and he paid $135 to win, $130 to place. For running second, horse number 3, Show the Money, paid $1.05 to place, and for running third, horse number 7, Shane Doan, paid $10.25. The forecast combination of 1 and 3, which was Dominus and Show the Money, paid $3.30, and the trifecta combination of 1, 3, 7, Dominus, Show the Money, and Shane Doan, paid $50.20. The third race was the City of Bridgetown Handicap, which was won by number 417 million US, and she paid $11.60 to win and $3.25 to place. And for running second, horse number 3, Nilos, paid $1.70 to place. The forecast combination of 4 and 3, 17 million US, and Nilos paid $72.95, 72.95. And the trifecta combination of 437, 17 million US, Nilos, and Good Vibration paid $125.80. The fourth race was the Queen's Park Handicap, which was won by horse number 8, Phil Morris, who paid $4.55 to win, $1.45 to place. For running second, horse number 6, Pretty Princess, paid $2.10 to place. For running third, horse number 9, Oprah, paid $4.05. The forecast combination of 8 and 6 paid $12.50. The trifecta combination of 8, 6, and 9, that was Phil Morris, Pretty Princess, and Oprah, paid $559.40. And the superfecta combination of 8, 6, 9, and 13, which was Phil Morris, Pretty Princess, Oprah, and Sensational, paid $1,501.37. So we move on to race number 5, the Old Town Hall, where the runners have gone to the start. It is for 3-year-olds, and I think this is going to give a good indication, or at least a prohibited early favorite for the Guineas, which is yet to be scheduled, the first leg of the Barbadian Triple Crown. And the favorite is going to be currently is number 2, People's Champ. Stepped up big time in his second start to break his maiden against the best that we had, Absolute Star, Mante, the Conky Man, Criterion, many of whom he reopposes today. A lot of trouble in that race. It was well talked about, and he came out on top. I think he was one of the ones who had one of the smoothest trips, and he was a benefactor. So we'll see if we can get a cleanly run race today, if he can still come out on top. And right now he is being bet very heavily. He's on the board at even money. To his inside is horse number 1, Dream Society. Afterward is aboard. Another one who broke his maiden last time out. Probably should have broken his maiden 2 starts back, but Trump probably got overconfident. And the Conky Man was able to run him down the first day under lights. Came back on Boxing Day and completely aired by 13. Absolute mismatch. The horses behind him did not come back to frank that form, namely Miriam and No Boss No. But sometimes it's not who you beat, but how you beat them, and Dream Society completely tore that field apart. Comes back here to stretch out to 1570. Bred to be able to do it out of a bandsman mare by Kitten's Joy Sire, Derby Kitten, a first crop sire as well. He should be a part of the pace here, stretching out from 1,100 meters, 3 sprint races, and he's a quick one, so we'll see what he does here, stretching out to 1,570 meters. Number 5, the Conky Man is on the board at 9-2, and This is not really about his ability, but I think that he should have been disqualified last time. He eliminated the main competition, and I think like we take lightly this interference going into the top turn, and there was no objection lodged. There was no stewards inquiry, and I really think he should have been disqualified because he really eliminated Amante and others, and he was able to hit the board. Apart from that, he made the first move into a pace that collapsed, namely with Red Heat and Bucephalus, who were really long shots, just making up a number. And he made an early move underneath Lopez, and he was still able to fight on to hit the board, and he just missed second behind Absolute Star, but they were well behind the untroubled People's Champ. Then there's Caballito, who's on his outside, a maiden. This horse has been the victim of some very, very wide rides. I'm not surprised to see Dawson off because if he's sprinting 5.5, he's been running 7.8. If the race is 7.8, he's been running 9 furlongs because every single ride that this horse gets, he's just been wide, wide, wide. He tries his hand here with winners and the best 3-year-old so far. Hopefully a ground saving trip can help him, but it is still a tall task to try to take these down. Then there's Amante, who's horse number 7, got a first defeat last time out in that same race that People's Champ was victorious in. She was taken all the way out into the sand and was trying to be brave and hold on, but ultimately she paid for that late. She can draw a line through that, I think, because of the trouble. If she stretches out favorably, she was one of our top 2-year-olds. She could go on to be one of our top 3-year-olds. Number 8, Rachel. Rashid Hughes claims aboard, 11-1. This daughter of John Bryan broke her maiden last time out, didn't deal with it, who did not come back to frank that form, but she looks a picture. She came out into the parade ring like this is her home, and she is offering some value with champion jockey on board. And then Fantastic Move, who was such an impressive winner last time out, broke from 12 of 12, came across and still opened up on the field, comes back 7 days later. Her pedigree and her siblings have been better, shorter. 7 days later, she comes back here where she's going to be forced to rate. Well, she actually could be the fastest in this field. It'll be interesting to see what she does from out on the widest 10 out of 10. And to her inside, the blinkers go on the obstreperous criterion. Beautiful looking animal. We'll see if he'll be just as talented with the blinkers on and Bishop up. So that's the field for the Old Town Hall handicap, and Dean has the call.
Thank you. Still outside are Rachel and Criterion. You have the one American bred in here, and that is Red Heat. Of course, she will not be eligible for the classic races. Running in the striped colors for Miss Harriet Brathwaite. And Criterion goes in. So we wait now for a Fantastic Move, who for the second time is going to be drawn on the outside. She seems to have purchased that outside gate. This time stretching out to 1,570 meters. A couple strides short of a mile. They're under starter's orders. Racing and a little bumping as Criterion just gave Fantastic Move a little nudge to the outside. Coming off the shoot and onto the main course, it is Fantastic Move who zips to the lead. She already opens up daylight from Criterion. The Conky Man is on the inside polishing the plastic third. Towards the outside, Rachel is caught a little bit boy. Between horses is Amante, and he gets hampered as the Conky Man blows the turn. And this allows Dream Society to creep through on the inside and go up to third as they head towards the 5-furlong marker. The opening quarter was a hot 24-2. It is Fantastic Move, the leader from Dream Society. Towards the outside is Criterion. Then there's a break of 2.5 lengths to Rachel, then Red Heat. 3 lengths back to Amante. On the outside going up is People's Champ. Caballito has one beaten. And this is the back marker Destino. As they round the far turn, the half mile was 49-1. They go over the hill past Brigade House. And Fantastic Move continues to lead by 1.5 lengths from Dream Society. Rachel cruises into third, making good progress on the outside. Is the People's Champ, as well as on the inside of him, Red Heat. They come to the quarter pole, 6-1, 11-4. And Fantastic Move is clinging to the lead, but on the outside, here's Dream Society. Wider out still is People's Champ. The one in a little bit of trouble there is Red Heat. Inside the final furlong they come. And on the outside, People's Champ and Dream Society have it between them. Dream Society on the outside, People's Champ. Dream Society, People's Champ. Dream Society is doing enough to hold on and wins it by a cheeky length from People's Champ. Down the inside, Rachel rounds out the top three. Close for fourth between Caballito and Red Heat. And the winner stops the clock in 1:37.1. In a moment, a recap for you.
Well, 137-1. There's tons of excitement in this division. 137-1. A cracking good race for the Creoles. And the rank splits of 24-2, 49-1. So fantastic move. She was really stepping. And she obviously paid the price for that.
Orders. Racing and a little bumping as Criterion just give fantastic move, a little nudge to the outside. Coming off the shooting onto the main course, it is fantastic move who zips to the lead. She already opens up daylight from Criterion. The Conky Man is on the inside polishing the plastic third. Towards the outside, Rachel is caught a little wet boy. Between horses is a Monte, and he gets hampered as the Conky Man blows the turn. And this allows Dream Society to creep through on the inside and go up to third.
As they head towards the 5-furlong marker. The opening quarter was a hot 24-2. It is fantastic move the leader from Dream Society. Towards the outside is Criterion. Then there's a break of 2.5 lengths to Rachel, then Red Heat. 3 lengths back to Amante. On the outside going up is People's Champ. Caballito has one beaten. And this is the back marker Destino. As they round the far turn, the half mile was 49-1. The Go of the Hill past Brigade House. A fantastic move. Continues to lead by 1.5 lengths from Dream Society. Rachel cruises into third. Making good progress on the outside is the People's Champ, as well as on the inside of him, Red Heat. They come to the quarter pole, 6-1, 11-4. And fantastic move. It's clinging to the lead, but on the outside here is Dream Society. Wider out still is People's Champ. The one in a little bit of trouble there is Red Heat. Inside the final furlong they come. And on the outside, People's Champ and Dream Society have it between them. Dream Society and on the outside, People's Champ. Dream Society, People's Champ. Dream Society is doing enough to hold on and wins it by a cheeky length from People's Champ. Down the inside, Rachel rounds out the top three. Close for fourth between Cabba. A fantastic move. It's clinging to the lead, but on the outside here is Dream Society. Wider out still is People's Champ. The one in a little bit of trouble there is Red Heat. Inside the final furlong they come. And on the outside, People's Champ and Dream Society have it between them. Dream Society and on the outside, People's Champ. Dream Society, People's Champ. Dream Society is doing enough to hold on and wins it by a cheeky length from People's Champ. Down the inside, Rachel rounds out the top three. Close for orders. Racing and a little
Hate
bumping.
Conky Man, but I feel like if Conky Man were to be sound out of being pulled up, as you mentioned, anybody who's ready to mount it is going to stay clear of the Conky Man because he took her out again, and it's unfortunate we wouldn't have been able to see what she can do going 1,570 meters because we saw how good she was at 1,100 meters to start her career, and we were obviously hoping to see all of these horses develop and give us their best, but being eliminated in both of your last starts isn't going to be conducive to you showing what's best.
No. Second past the post was People's Champ. I think he ran a creditable race. Just came to ask a question of the winner, Dream Society, but Dream Society just kept finding more. And I think the connections would be quite pleased with that run.
Yeah, he didn't change his leads into the stretch either. Afri gave a very aggressive ride to Dream Society down on the inside, and not to speculate, but with Afri all over, it might be hard for Trotman.
Brutally strong as a rider
it might be
too.
hard for Trotman to get such a robust colt like People's Champ by. And again, he didn't change his lead, so very positive.
You could see Trotman trying to get him to change his lead. He just would not do it.
Yeah, a very positive performance from him. And again, this just muddles like what was behind it. Just confuses you what was behind People's Champ, because everything after that race came back and did not perform. Then he comes back and he performs. So even though there was trouble that he benefited from in that race on Boxing Day, he comes back to show that that wasn't a fluke. I have talent. He is a pretty good animal, and he comes here just short of Dream Society, and he is out of Lady Constance, who was a pretty good race mare in her
Yeah.
own right, and maybe People's Champ might be here best yet.
And then third, we had Rachel. I think she ran on pretty well.
This is a big improvement from Rachel. This is a gargantuan improvement from Rachel, I must say. She stretches out to 1,500 for the 1,570 meters for the first time. Not really flashy in her wins or her races prior, because she was two off the board finishes. Then she was victorious last time out. But she, as we talked about, I think off air and then a slight mention on air, she came out here touting herself.
Yeah, she looked. She really looked really good.
Yeah,
in
she looked like she was going to put her best foot forward today. Again, you can look as good as you want and run your best. It still might not be good enough. But to see that marked improvement from Rachel, he was getting on, so he got on. So he had to know that this performance was coming. And it's more improved. She's made improvement in every single start she's made. So this daughter of John Bryan is definitely one to watch for Round Table Stud Farm. She definitely keeps stepping forward each time, keeps up in her game, and we'll see what she does as the classics draw near.
And then Red Heat ran her best race since coming to Barbados as well. This is American bred filly. She was towards the mid division and stayed on to grab fourth. If there's any question marks here, well, obviously Amante once again has an excuse. I think the disappointing run would have been Criterion. I really expected a better performance from this Andrew Nunes trainee, and fantastic move. Once again, speed is racing and fractions are racing.
There was a point where I thought she was going to steal it, honestly,
I
because she
think
was left alone.
Yeah, I think that opening quarter, though, to get the lead of 24-2, that was it. I think.
Yeah, because 112 for for 3/4 of a mile, sorry,
No,
is not easy.
No.
Especially in your second start. And
Of 49-1 for the half mile. She was traveling.
right. And she doesn't have that foundation. It's not to say that she had one start like
Yeah,
how
she's-
much ever months
right,
ago. It
she's
was
not
last week.
Yeah, she's not a big, robust
No.
3-year-old.
That would take the
I'll
freak
tell you
out
the one
racing.
thing for sure. She is quick.
She is fast.
The 24-2,
No matter where she's posted.
112-04. She was rolling. And she really only packed it up inside the final for long or so, but when she packed it up,
She
packed it up.
everything up. She packed everything
She packed
up.
all her
Yeah,
clothes
everything was gone.
and a couple towels as well.
So I'm again though with a 3-year-old at this point in the year, there's not much avoidance you can do.
Yeah, you
She's
really-
gonna have to run with these again.
Yeah.
So it's just trying to figure out how to ration that speed out so she can get that extra furlong. And there are going to be a few 7 furlong races for her with this company before she has to stretch out even further to considering 9 furlongs for the midsummer. So you have the time. It's going to be kind of accelerated and kind of rushed because of COVID. Obviously, the classes are going to come very quickly. The Michael Parvacino is going to come. Then you have the Guineas, and then up on that onward from there.
It's a very compressed.
So it's going to be very, as you said, compressed is a great word. So we'll see what Xavier Blanche can pull out with a fantastic move.
Well, that brings us to race number 6, the Chamberlain Bridge Handicap. And we will be back with you just before that post time.
Very, very competitive field as this race will offer exacta try superfecta. It's the first leg of the pick four. Pick four races 6 through 9. It's the third leg of the Soca 6. Number 1 is conflict of interest. Rhythm by Ricky Wolcott, 121 pounds with a tongue tie and a nasal dilator. Number 2 is Maringo, racing for the first time in Barbados. This is a 5-year-old bear horse by American Dance out of Constant Girl, owned by Stephen Allen Madu, trained by Robert Pierce, ridden by Delano Lopez, 128. He will claim 3 to go at 125 pounds. And this 5-year-old bear horse will wear blinkers and a tongue tie. Number 3 is Mari Oro, 121 pounds with young Raheem Thorpe aboard, a nasal dilated equipment on horse number 3, Mari Oro. Over the page, horse number 4, Aerodynamic, seeks a hat trick. We've already seen a beaver trick recorded today with Dominus. And Aerodynamic goes here on the regular stable rider, Antonio Bishop, 123 pounds, the equipment blinkers and tongue tie. Edward Wolcott Jr. is your conditioner. Number 5, Social Circle. It's ridden by Rashid Hughes, 118 pounds. The trainer is Rommel Lovell. Number 6, Ollivander. Owner, actually trained by Victor Cheeseman. Afri Ward is on board. A tongue tie and nasal dilated equipment for horse number 6, Ollivander. The weight there's 122 pounds, so just picks up 2 pounds overweight. Again, we go over the page, we get Donico Did It. The monk of Eric Daniel, 123 pounds is the weight. And Robert Pierce is your trainer for horse number 7, Donico Did It. Number 8 is Super Heights, gets the services of Jamali Farrell, 119 plus 7, 119 pounds. A tongue tie and nasal dilator, the equipment on the Victor Cheeseman training. Number 9, Hero Adventure, ridden by Gerald Beckles, who claims 3 from 123 to go to 120 pounds. And Kenny John is your trainer. Over the page, we're going to pick up horse number 10. And that is War Music, another Kenny John training. Ridden by Kemar Kelly, who claims 7 from 128 to go to 121 pounds. And War Music is fitted with blinkers. And on the outside, you will get the pair of Disputed, horse number 12. Ridden by Anderson Trotman, 120 pounds for trainer Andrew Nunez. And your final starter, way downfield, is horse number 14, Go Frankie. Another runner here from Melrose Racing on trainer Rommel Perkins Lovell. 117 minus 5. That's 112 plus 2 with Enrico Prescott aboard, 114 pounds on Go Frankie. So that's the field for the afternoon's 6th event. And this race, of course, is a Chamberlain Bridge handicap. A very, very competitive race going 1,570 meters. My winner is going to come from horse number 12, Undisputed. And this one turned in a decent performance when coming under some pressure to make it to the Derby last year. Would have finished 4th on that event. Credible 4th with jockey Anderson Trotman aboard. I think he must be better for the break that has been forced upon us by the presence of the pandemic. And I'm expecting this one to go 3 better on this occasion as my pick and my single, actually. And Undisputed races in the colors of Fearsome Foursome. Trainer Andrew Nunez and jockey Anderson Trotman as my winner. On my second line, I'm going to take horse number 6, Ollivander. So I'm sticking inside the Derby. And Ollivander finished 6th in the Derby. Ridden today by Afri Ward, 122 pounds. And I expect this one to probably be on the front end early and give a much better account than he gave in the Derby. On my third line, I'm going to take another Derby horse in horse number 5, Social Circle, which finished ahead of Ollivander. They finished 5th and 6th. And this is another one that, similarly to Undisputed, had a little question mark under the belt where injury was concerned, and he was barely making it back in time for the Derby, and he finished a creditable 5th, and much improvement is expected today. Presently on the board at 92 falls on my third line. To complete my form, we'll take horse number 4, Aerodynamic, simply because that is very much looking for the hat trick, and you will find it very, very difficult here with these young horses who have that experience of a classic run or several classic races under their belt. So I'm going 12-6 5 and 4 in the Chamberlain Bridge handicap. Good luck. Before I sign out, I can give you the parry dividends for race number 5, where the winner was horse number 1, Dream Society, paying $4.50 to win, $2.80 to place. $4.50 and $2.80 on horse number 1, Dream Society. For running second, horse number 2, the People's Champ, returned $2.80, $2.80. Third was horse number 8, Rachel, and she returned $1.90, $1.90. The exacta of 1 and 2 paid $10.80, $10.80. The trifecta of 1, 2, and 8 paid $27.90, $27.90. The distances for that race were 3/4, 1.5, 3.25 ahead, 2 3/4, 3.25, 3/4, 1.5, 3.25 ahead, 2 3/4, and the final time 1:37 and 1. It gives me a little time to offer my congratulations to our 5 times champion jockey of the Gold Cup, Jelon Samuel, who yesterday notched his first win at Belmont Park in New York when he was aboard, I think, Firing Carol, and he definitely fired at 19-1. So many congratulations to the little champ, and it goes to show that perseverance seldom fails. So congratulations to Jelon Samuels as he continues to fly the Bajan flag in America. Thank you. It was an all Bajan combination in the trainer in Ricardo Legault, who would have ridden here at the Garrison Savannah. I remember him riding in the 1980s, in the days of Mr. Vic. That was his very first victory at Belmont as well. He has won several races over at Aqueduct. And many congratulations to, we call him Ricky Legault here, but Ricardo Legault. So all Bajan duo in race number 3 yesterday at Belmont Park. Thank you.
So another competitive one on tap. It's race number 6, the Chamberlain Bridge handicap. 12 go to post at 1,570 meters, just a backtrack. Race number 5. It was the Old Town Hall condition race. The payments are for race. For winning horse number 1, Dream Society paid $4.50 and $2.80 to place. $4.50 to win, $2.80 to place. For running second horse number 2, People's Champ, the favorite, paid $2.80. And for running third horse number 8, Rachel, paid $1.90 to place. The forecast combination of 1 and 2, Dream Society and People's Champ, paid $16.80. And the trifecta combination of 1, 2, 8 paid $27.90. to 7.90. So we come into race number 6, the latter half of the card. And the favorite here is horse number 4, Aerodynamic, looking to annex a hat trick, his 3rd straight victory. He is a son of Storm Arrow and Flying Dove, which makes him a half to Zoom, Butterfly, Heaven Sent, and others. He goes here with 124 pounds. I think that's going to be the straw, literally, that breaks the camel's back, because his competition is going to have to distribute some weight to. He's an improving sort, and he's run from very impressive races, but to the likes of Social Circle and Ollivander, Conflict of Interest, Undisputed, and Go Frankie, he's given as low as 4 pounds to upwards of 7 pounds to these young rivals, and they're all improving. But I think that Aerodynamic with this weight deserves to be the favorite, but might be hampered by it. Horse number 5, Social Circle, exits the Derby. He ran, I think the first 6 out of the Derby are going to be pretty good. 3-year-olds, we saw Conflict of Interest return unsuccessfully, but Deja Vu, who was third, returned very emphatically to win last race. The Social Circle makes his return. Rashid Hughes climbs aboard, and he's making his 4th start. So very unexposed and went into the Derby only off of 2 starts, 1 maiden victory, and was only beaten 3.5 lengths by War Eagle, who has been deemed a superstar. So if he can step forward, as Janax tend to do, Social Circle will definitely be tough here. And 5-1 is great value for a horse like this exiting the Derby. Right behind him in the Derby was Ollivander, who's going to be right outside of him in the gates. And he is, or was in these classes, very, very honest. Never was able to break through, but completed any exacta or trifecta that he was a part of. Only off the board finish would have been in the Derby after the Guineas in the Midsummer, where he was just outdone by Deja Vu or War Eagle. He is a winner at 1,570 meters where Ricky Walcott was aboard. He has he has Afri Ward, who's looking to do the double here for Victor Cheeseman, and he should be a part of the piece as if he can put away who he's going to have to battle with. I think Conflict of Interest is going to be that interesting one where Ricky Walcott now claims aboard 121 pounds. Seeing his performance in the Derby and the fact that he's drawn one here, Ricky Walcott aboard, I think it's pretty obvious what he's going to have to do, and that's go to the lead. If he can run them off their feet like the Derby, there's no War Eagle or Deja Vu hounding him or running after him, so maybe he could get away with this one. It's if after 7 days rest he's going to be able to fire his best shot, because he's going to have to defeat this field. Number 12 is Undisputed. Another very unexperienced colt. He is a half-brother to People's Champ, who was second last time in the race prior. Pretty good 2-year-old himself. Came into his 3-year-old year and just missed behind Dream Society. Undisputed, another one. He came off of a 10-month break. I think he was injured to finish 4th. And if you run that race 10 times, War Eagle may not have even won it all 10 times, because I think the trip that Undisputed that he got was pretty tough. It's coming off of 10 months, and he was able to finish 4th. If he steps forward, I think he's going to be the horse to beat. He's definitely offering some good value now at 9-2, as they're all betting Aerodynamic, who's a lukewarm favorite at 3-1. So if you're going to oppose Aerodynamic, there are multiple options to look to, and I think number 12, Undisputed, is going to be the one ultimately that you want. And then number 14, Go Frankie. Now, he's a 5-year-old, and he missed an entire year after his Derby. He came out with an encouraging effort, was 5th after he came from a long way behind to not to just miss, because he was well beaten. On that day, he was beaten over 9 lengths by What You Think. Comes back here with a pretty good crop of now turned 4-year-olds, who ultimately believe the 3-year-old crop of last year, 2020, is going to prove to be better than the 3-year-old crop of 2019, the one that Go Frankie exit. So maybe even if the good Go Frankie shows up, it may not be good enough, but a big, robust son of Aristodemus who has that back class after he fought with the classics, he should also be one to watch. But Aerodynamic is your favorite. Marengo, coming from Jamaica for Robert Pierce and Stephen Alamadou, has 2 wins in 2 seconds in his last 5 starts. We'll see how that form translates to Barbados. He's the heavyweight here. And Super Heights, the ever honest Super Heights. Farrell gets aboard. We'll see what he does without Kitty Cat. He might be the last one to be loaded. And Dean has the call for the Chamberlain Bridge.
Yes, Undisputed still outside, along with Go Frankie and Super Heights, in what looks to be a very competitive race. Excuse me. A couple of older horses in here, hard knockers for sure. And like Super Heights, who's a very much a hard knocker. He has been around. Heroic Adventure is another solid, tough campaigner. Mario Roar, she has done very little wrong in her career as well. But they're taking on some young guns, and these young horses, there's something called father time. As we wait now for one more to load, They're rolling. Racing and Go Frankie missed the jet break a little bit, but as a counter shooter onto the main course, conflict of interest. As expected, shows lots of speed. There's a bit of a barging match between him as he tends to lug out between horses Marengo and on the outside Ollivander. These three are the first three past the post the first time. Down the inside is Social Circle. Towards the outside of Social Circle is Donico Did It. Toward down the inside is Aerodynamic, the favorite. Caught three wide there was War Music. Mario Roar splits horses. Undisputed goes up next. Then there is Go Frankie. On the inside is Heroic Adventure. And the back marker is Super Heights as they roll around the far turn. The opening quarter was 24-2. A merry gallop. And it's conflict of interest as expected who leads. Marengo, the Jamaican imported, goes second. One sweep money outside is a favorite. Aerodynamic. Donico Did It is under the pump. Also falling away very quickly is Ollivander. Conflict of interest has had enough. Mario Roar is going to come up calling. Undisputed is making a bold move. They've got the half done in 48-1. They come to the quarter pole. And Aerodynamic is going to the front. Mario Roar is next. On the outside circling, here comes Super Heights. Wider still is Undisputed. And Splitting Horses, Go Frankie appears. And there are no more turns. And Undisputed has an undisputed lead now and drops a draw off on the outside. Go Frankie trying to close, but Undisputed is going to get home. Wins it by a comfortable 3 lengths or so from Go Frankie. On the outside, Super Heights rolls out the top 3. Aerodynamic is 4th, and the winner stops the clock in 136-1. In a moment, a recap for you.
And 136-1, so we continue to have some cracking good times. 136-1 after some sizzling fractions. 24-2, 48-1, 6 furlongs and 112 and a fifth. And the clock was stopped at 136-1. There's no dispute at the moment. We're just waiting for the results to go on the board.
Racing and Go Frankie missed the jet break a little bit, but as a counter shooter onto the main course, conflict of interest. As expected, shows lots of speed. There's a bit of a barging match between him as he tends to lug out between horses Marengo and on the outside Ollivander. These three are the first three past the post the first time. Down the inside is Social Circle. Towards the outside of Social Circle is Donico Did It. Toward down the inside is Aerodynamic, the favorite. Caught three wide there was War Music. Mario Roar splits horses. Undisputed goes up next. Then there is Go Frankie. On the inside is Heroic Adventure. And the back marker is Super Heights as they roll around the far turn. The opening quarter was 24-2. A merry gallop. And it's conflict of interest as expected who leads. Marengo, the Jamaican imported, goes second. One sweep money outside is a favorite. Aerodynamic. Donico Did It is under the pump. Also falling away very quickly is Ollivander. Conflict of interest has had enough. Mario Roar is going to come up calling. Undisputed is making a bold move. They've got the half done in 48-1. They come to the quarter pole. And Aerodynamic is going to the front. Mario Roar is next. On the outside circling, here comes Super Heights. Wider still is Undisputed. And Splitting Horses, Go Frankie appears. And there are no more turns. And Undisputed has an undisputed lead now and drops a draw off on the outside. Go Frankie trying to close, but Undisputed is going to get home. Wins it by a comfortable 3 lengths or so from Go Frankie. On the outside, Super Heights rolls out the top 3. Aerodynamic is 4th, and the winner stops the clock in 1. Must say it was an interesting run. And once again, Anderson Trotman continues to show why he is one of the best to ever grace the Garrison Savannah. His ability to assess pace just showed up because he was unbothered by the early fractions. He just sat there, waited, and as they fell apart, he picked them off and Undisputed came home in the end a very comfortable winner. And, you know, it throws that 3-year-old question now up in the air because the fractions were very quick. But Undisputed, we talked about it being a Janat out of Lady Constance. We know that's decent pedigree for sure. Bred by Sir Charles Williams and owned by the fearsome foursome. And Anderson Trotman teams up once again with Andrew Nunes, and that team has a long history of doing well at the Garrison.
Yeah, I think that as you talked about, Undisputed is coming out of a 3-year-old crop that I think is going to be the next generation of top Creoles, and they're coming out and they're showing their mettle. I think that if he can stay sound, he's definitely going to be up there with the War Eagles and the Deja Vu, because this was a very impressive performance. The pace did help. That's a blistering time of for this crop, 136 and 1, 24, 48, 112. Those 24s taking off. People hearing it might not think it's pretty quick, but for the Garrison,
where it's a tight turn,
a very tight turn, that is a very fast time.
It is fast.
And as you saw, those that were setting the pace were nowhere to be found in the end. And
yeah,
if you
especially
see
conflict of interest,
exactly
who folded, I mean, he literally hit a proverbial wall at the top of the hill,
and that makes like his Derby performance all the more like you can praise Richard Dean and Alfred Ward even more for bringing him to the Derby and using that speed as a weapon to almost steal it. I know he's come back with 2 absolutely dismal performances where he was nowhere to be seen in the sprint last time and in the 7 furlong again today. I think who the pace really did in that hit the board is number 4, Aerodynamic, the favorite.
Yeah, that big move down the back stretch.
I think it was very, very, very unnecessary for Bishop to engage a pace like that. It
really looked like he was going to win 2 furlongs.
Really, because he picked it up, which shows you that maybe if he held the horse together and be a bit more patient, because passing us for the first time, Dean, well, your eyes were probably elsewhere, but he was getting after Aerodynamic. The race just started. Where are you going? He was getting after Aerodynamic to get to the outside of horses, completely sped past the leaders who are going to stop, as we saw that they stopped after the pace like this.
Yeah.
Shot clear of 2, and then obviously you asked so much of the horse from before the 5.5. At the quarter pole, you're going to have an empty tank, and Aerodynamic ran out of air and was game enough to hold 4th. But I think maybe a bit more patient right Aerodynamic is going to get a more favorable result because he was the favorite. So obviously the bettors may not be happy with the fact that he missed the try, but obviously he's one to watch for another day. But that's not to take away from the horses that beat him, because Undisputed ran great. I think Go Frankie with a much improved run, his second run since the Derby.
Adventure ran out
in 2019.
Very good race, and we got to mention this.
He finished 5th.
No, sorry, not Hero Adventure.
Oh, Super Heights.
Super Heights.
Yeah,
and this young man.
I think Farrell's going to be a name that we're going to hear from going forward a lot.
He's clearly showing that for some reason or something he's doing right.
Yeah, definitely.
I don't know the young man, but obviously the horses are running for him.
Yep. So I think that
he's a bit on the tall side, maybe.
Yeah, I think he might have a problem with weight too.
But maybe he may be a Darwin Clark type rider, tall, and able to maintain weight for.
Because he was supposed to claim 7 off.
Dynamic is going to the front. Mario Roar is next. On the outside, circling. Here comes Super Heights. Whiter still is undisputed. And Splitting Horses, Go Frankie appears. And there are no more turns. And Undisputed has an undisputed lead now and drops a draw off on the outside.
Racing and Go Frankie missed the jet back a little bit. As a call to shooting on to the main course, conflict of interest as in Spanish shows taste and look out between horses Marengo and on the outside Olivana. These three are the first three possibles the first time. Donnie inside the social circle towards the outside.
Well, the horses are making their way down to the start for the race 7, and it's one that will challenge the punters, I think, to find the winner. We have a first-time starter in number 1, Django. He's a 5-year-old by Toby's Dream out of Foxy Baba, who is by Foxcoat, and there's some serious connections to my family there, as my father owned Toby's Dream and Foxcoat. Runs in the colors of Ian Corbin, and he'll be making his debut with Ronaldo Cumberbatch in the irons. Another first-time starter in here is number 12, See You at Midnight. And Enrico Prescott has the leg up for Melrose Racing. And she's a 4-year-old daughter of Rocamadour out of the Happy Memories mare Zenyatta, and trained by Rommel Lovell. Another first-time start in here. We have to make a point to mention is D.S. Gaskin. He'll be claiming 10, and he partners Another Bird, which is horse number 6. Let me just tell you a little bit about Another Bird. It's only had one start, and this is a 5-year-old bay mare, trained by Hayden Nichols for Ingrid Hurley, and it's going to take this chance to wish this young man all the best. Now we're taking a look at some of the others in the betting. I can tell you the favorite is horse number 15 in at 4-5. And this is Caribbean Dreaming. The mount of Rashid Hughes, despite having the top weight of 130 pounds, is the favorite. And it's got some half-decent form. Not anything to jump up and scream about, but in this company must be considered a live ride, and the betting public has made this one the favorite, and it was very eye-catching in the parade ring. Another one that is getting some strong support is number 5, Future Star. The mount of Anderson Trotman was second a while back behind Deja Vu, which does not a big blemish. This Deja Vu has proven to be one of the better 3-year-olds of last year. Anderson Trotman is the board for trainer Victor Cheeseman. One that I have some time for in here is number 7, Brighton Star. He's flattered to deceive many times, granted, having 8 starts, 1 second and 2 third, but looked all over a winner last time out, and then packed it up inside the final furlong. And I think he's a worthy bet this afternoon. Kimar Kelly once again rides. He's in at 3-1. And Jonathan Simpson trains this 4-year-old chestnut, son of Rock Forever and Feed on Flames. Of the others, we'll just run through the odds for you. Django, number 1, is in at 99-1. Then we go all the way down to number 5, Future Star. We talked about him already, in at 2-1, 6-1 for number 6, Another Bird, despite rider's first ride. Number 7, Brighton Star, we mentioned at 3-1. In at 62-1 is number 8, Crime Watch. Nothing on the form says anything better. Juve, horse number 9, is in at 28-1. Someone see something. And only had a 1 start, finished well beaten. Has Eric Daniel aboard once again. Tea Time is number 10, only had a 1 start. On that occasion, was behind Against His Will, Lady Bird and Piton's Punch. Delano Lopez gets the call. Number 11, Justin Easy doesn't go. Number 12 is See You at Midnight. And having we talked about this first time starter. And number 12, see you at midnight. We're just waiting for the odds to come back up. Is presently a 62 to 1 chance. 15 to 1 for number 13, Wilcox Valley. 9 lifetime starts. Take It Easy, number 14. This one also caught my eye in the ring. Form does not say much. However, only had 2 starts. In at 46 to 1. Number 15, Caribbean Dream. We talked about the favorite. Is in even monies. Well, horse number 16, Golden Touch. The mount of the apprentice Slade Jones, trained by Andrew Nunes, is in at 13 to 1. And his best finish was the 6th place was back in October. But it's only had 2 chances. And therefore, there are a lot of here who are either unexposed or had very limited exposure as we wait for tea time to go forward.
I think she's one that's being really overlooked. Not saying that she's going to win, but she's had 1 start so far.
And it was not a bad
And
run.
it was not a bad effort at
No.
all. Plus, two, her dam, China T, as I mentioned last week, is a half sister to Joshua and Jericho, who
Yeah.
aren't bad sprinters either.
No, they
So
aren't.
I think at the odds that Tea Time is offering, in the face of so many horses who have terrible form, she I think it's 30 to 1 now. Last I looked, it was 36 to 1. She's number 10.
Number 10. Number 10, she's in.
No, she's come down a bit now, right? 26 to 1.
But that's still a
That's-
generous
Yeah,
offer.
because if she were to win, 26 to 1 is going to be a great payout. And I think she's one that's being overlooked. But I think it's really between Brighton Star. If he's to show that speed, he's going to be, in my opinion, a lock to win. But Caribbean Dreaming with that form in open company might not have been great for him, but it's with better horses than he's facing
Yes.
now. And Rashid who's coming aboard. And as you said, he's physically appealing.
Yes, very,
But
very attractive.
It's between those two.
Very, very attractive horse. One that I did say caught my eye was Take It Easy. I think he's a very attractive type.
Well bred, but he's been giving his connections a handful from the time he left the parade ring. The rider has not rejoined him. He got his saddle adjusted. He freaked out there. He's at the gates. He's giving trouble there as he's adamant that he's not loading.
It's only his 3rd attempt. And we just have 2 to go,
The son of a
including
man, Yara.
Take It Easy. And the favorite will be the last to load. Only thing against her on paper is the draw.
Yeah, so we'll see if Caribbean Dreaming can overcome that and goes in. They're all in line. And away they go. And Future Star flew away from the inside quite kingly. So too did Brighton Star. Juve is getting into the action as they race up the back stretch. But Future Star is sped open to a 2.5 length lead from Juve. Then comes on the outside Caribbean Dreaming. Behind these race Brighton Star. Then there's Wilcox Valley. On the outside goes Take It Easy. Then there's Golden Touch. Behind that one is Django. Then another Bird. See You at Midnight has Tea Time behind him. And the last one is Crime Watch as they get over the top of the hill. And Rashid Hughes has sent Caribbean Dreaming after Future Star. And these two have cleared out by 5 through the opening quarter in 24 and 4. And with a quarter mile left to go, it is Caribbean Dreaming who's on the outside of Future Star. Here comes Wilcox Valley. Brighton Star may have been run off his feet as they swing to the judge. And Rashid Hughes lets the brakes down on Caribbean Dream, but here comes Brighton Star. It's Brighton Star at the throat latch of Caribbean Dream, and Wilcox Valley 3 wide and down to the wire. Brighton Star has overhauled Caribbean Dreaming inside the final stages, and Brighton Star runs away triumphant when he wins by a length and a half from Caribbean Dreaming. Then came Wilcox Valley, and 4th across the wire was Future Star in a final time of 106 and 4.
A time there of 106 and 4/5. 106 and 4/5. As we await the results to be posted on the board unofficially. And the results have been posted on the board unofficially, of course. 7-15, 13, and 5. 7-15, 13.
Away they go, and Future Star flew away from the inside quite kingly. So too did Brighton Star. Juve is getting into the action as they race up the back stretch, but Future Star is sped open to a 2.5 length lead from Juve. Then comes on the outside Caribbean Dreaming. Behind these race Brighton Star. Then there's Wilcox Valley. On the outside goes Take It Easy. Then there's Golden Touch. Behind that one is Django. Then another Bird. See You at Midnight has Tea Time behind him. And the last one is Crime Watch as they get over the top of the hill. And Rashid Hughes has sent Caribbean Dreaming after Future Star. And these two have cleared out by 5 through the opening quarter in 24 and 4. And with a quarter mile left to go, it is Caribbean Dreaming who's on the outside of Future Star. Here comes Wilcox Valley. Brighton Star may have been run off his feet as they swing to the judge. And Rashid Hughes lets the brakes down on Caribbean Dream, but here comes Brighton Star. It's Brighton Star at the throat latch of Caribbean Dream, and Wilcox Valley 3 wide and down to the wire. Brighton Star has overhauled Caribbean Dream inside the final stages, and Brighton Star runs away triumphant when he wins by a length and a half from Caribbean Dream, and then came Wilcox Valley, and fourth across the wire was Future Star. In a final time comes Wilcox Valley. Brighton Star may have been run off his feet as they swing to the judge, and Rashid Hughes lets the brakes down on Caribbean Dream, but here comes Brighton Star. It's Brighton Star at the throat latch of Caribbean Dream, and Wilcox Valley 3 wide and down to the wire. Brighton Star has overhauled Caribbean Dream inside the final stages, and Brighton Star runs away triumphant when he wins by a length and a half from Caribbean Dream, and then came Wilcox Valley, and fourth across the
So
wire
he's
was
having a
Future
good day. And
Well,
for the second
Rashawn,
time today.
You said last week he flatters only to deceive, but today he came good. And we were talking about Brighton Star. This is a double for trainer Jonathan Simpson and Kimar Kelly. So they obviously had a pretty nice day. Brighton Star is a chestnut son of Feed on Flames out of Rock Forever. And you said before the race that he was probably the one they'll have to beat. And you were correct.
Yeah, I feel like this horse has been around so long. And look here, and this is his 9th start. Because everywhere I see Brighton Star, Brighton Star, Brighton Star, because whether it's a sprint, 7, 9 furlongs, he just tries so hard and he always shows up. And he's yet to be rewarded. And then we come here in a race where it's 12 horses, but only like 2 had any form to even go on. And he was one. So he would have been tough to beat. I was surprised that he wasn't so heavily bet like Caribbean Dreaming, who ran a much improved race. But Brighton Star definitely, as I said before the race, would have been the one they had to beat. I thought he would have showed a bit more speed. But when you're the best horse, I guess,
I think that
you
was
just let him
probably
go
the
ahead.
best thing, you know. Don't go chasing up the hill, you know.
Yeah.
You can't use it early and have it late. And I think Himar rode a very smart race. He let the early speed go, sat close enough to them, and when they started to fall apart, he was right there, and the chestnut horse just accelerated smoothly away, and I think he won as easy as you could ask him to.
Because you have to decide then what you do. Is it cheap speed that you're sitting behind, or are these your main rivals? Because he sat behind Future Star, who ultimately finished 4th, and Caribbean Dreaming, who was the favorite that was challenging for the win.
Yeah.
So it's like, do you make that decision to go
I
then?
think the smart thing we did was say, okay, 2 of y'all are out there killing each other. I'm going to sit right here.
Yeah, but the pace is so fast, it's going to come back for him.
You're going to crack 24 and 4, 48 and 3 for this level.
It's pretty quick.
That's pretty quick. And
He's usually the one.
he's usually the one who's laying on the fractions.
Yeah.
I think Himar I must say, did a smart thing of just taking a hold of him and just sitting there. And when they turned for home, asked him to find another gear, and he found it.
Yeah, he
And
has that finishing. He had that finishing kick today.
right, and congratulations to all concerned. Second past the fourth was number 15, Caribbean Dreaming. We all thought that this was a justifiable favorite. My only question mark going into this race was the weight and the draw. 130 pounds and having to get across from the 11 gate
Right.
is not an easy task for any horse. And that may have been the difference between him and Brighton Star.
Because he did give Brighton Star 12 pounds. So,
Right.
in fairness, it was a tough ask. It's not like Brighton Star is some slum as it comes to these connections like she did. Because
Right.
Caribbean Dream is a mirror. It's not like Brighton Star is some dud in this crop, in this
Yeah,
field.
at this level.
Yeah, at this level, he's not going to be.
He's definitely worthy of
Yeah, so
that.
12 pounds is not going to be easy.
That kind of his risk rating at this level. Finishing third was number 13, and this is Wilcox Valley, a very good run. Obviously, was pretty much down the way. It's at 118 minus 5, so that's 113 pounds. Was down the handicap and ran a creditable race. Just chased the leaders and grabbed a minor place. Well, finishing fourth was number 5, Future Star, who after laying down the early fractions was just packed it up coming home.
And these were two interesting horses. A lot were overlooked, especially Wilcox Valley, because you look at the form and she has a fifth and a 10th in the last two starts. But if those are at 1,570 meters. But if you go back to her prior 6 starts, Dean, 2 at 1,000 and the other 4 at 1,100 meters, she's not been off the board.
No,
she has 2 seconds, 3 thirds.
Clearly
Yeah, she
her
has
game.
2 seconds, 3 thirds, and a fourth. So I'm interested to see what odds she went off at, because she probably
was pretty far within
would
the
have been
odds.
hugely overlooked. But if you look at the sprint form, she's been on the board in in everything that she's tested. She has 9 starts, but she's been on the board in her last 6 sprints. So definitely something to keep in mind as you look at Wilcox Valley, who would have been probably huge odds in a field like this. And then Future Star, who is the full sister to Northern Star, she just showed the speed. She's a powder keg. She's a pocket rocket, I guess. She's very small, but she's very fast. And she obviously paid for it late by these fractions because, as you saw when Caribbean Dreaming took her on over the hill, they went clear.
Yeah,
they
they
didn't
were-
just sit. They went.
They went clear. And, it was a pretty interesting race. It set up pretty much how we expected it.
Right.
And
And it
pretty-
finished.
finished
pretty much
how
how
we
we
expected
because it would have been these two. Somebody would have really had to improve. Cause
or one of the first time starters
Yeah.
would have come out. And of these first time starters, one did catch my eye early, and that is See You at Midnight. I thought that ran a pretty decent race. Didn't finish in the money, but you just see its action, the way it moved. And another horse that caught my eye was Take It Easy, also in place, but I just like the way.
I think he ran his race before the start. He was a
Yeah.
handful to deal with
I
before.
think he just, like you say, may have run his race before, but he's also green, and I think I kind of like how he looked in the parade ring, and I think he saw the race pretty good. I don't think the connections would be overly disappointed. There's not much to say about the others, and with that, we know that the next race on the day's card is the feature, the St. Anne's Garrison Handicap, and we'll be back with you just before post time.
Welcome back to the program Banking on the Bet, where we're on to the afternoon's feature race. So it's that time of the afternoon. Post time schedule 4:25. We're 9 of the best sprinters in a range of 110 to 90 will contest the St. Anne's Garrison Handicaps. Today's feature race, which carries a purse of some $20,000. The race offers exacta, trifecta, and it is also a superfecta race. And it's the third leg of the pick 4 and the fifth and penultimate leg of the Soca 6. To the field, number 1 is Trini Aviator, ridden by Enrico Prescott, who will claim 5 and will go to post at a weight of 118 pounds. And this one is trained by Ramel Perkins Lovell. So just changed altogether. So it's now owned by Dwight Hunt and Terry Innes, and has also moved to the barn of trainer Ramel Perkins Lovell. So new ownership and new trainers as well for Trini Aviator, who will finish 4th in the 2020 edition of the Sandy Lane Barbados School Cup. In 4 starts, outside of that, he's yet to hit a top 3 place. Gandalf takes a dip in class, and he will be fancied here. He races for Bills Inc. Trainer Victor Cheeseman. Afri Ward takes the top end post of 130 pounds with a nasal dilator. 22 career starts, 8 wins, 4 seconds, and 2/3 on Gandalf, who's presently on the board at 9-5. Out in the betting at 37-1 is Stolen, one of 2 in here, aptly named with the reasoning. And Stolen is ridden by Tishon Hazelwood, who claims 7, goes in at 118 pounds, tongue-tied equipment, and a nasal dilator. And Stolen is one of 2 in here for John Mark Cozier, the trainer. This is her 47th start. She has 8 wins, 13 seconds, and 9 third-place finishes. Over the page, you find horse number 4, Island Cotton, ridden by Raheem Torp. The weight is 108 pounds for this Andrew Nunez trained 7-year-old Dark Bay Brown mare. And she has career stats of 42 starts, 4 wins, 10 seconds, and 8 thirds. Number 5, Voldemort, the stablemate of Gandalf, and he'll be out in the betting. Delan Lopez takes the reins. The weight there is 112, and he will claim 5 and put up plenty. And that plenty will work out to 122 pounds. So 122 pounds on Voldemort. Victor Cheeseman is your trainer. Delan Lopez has the reins, blinkers, a tongue tie, and a nasal dilator. Sir Jimmy is horse number 6. 9 career starts, 2 wins, 2 seconds, and 1/3. And Richard Dean is your trainer. Eric Daniel is the rider. And together, they are going to post with a weight of 111 pounds. The stablemate of Stolen is Stealing. And this one is ridden by Ricky Walker, 116 pounds, a tongue tie and nasal dilated equipment. John Mark Cozier is your trainer. 39 starts, 9 wins, 5 seconds, and 4/3. Horse number 9, and this one is the inside of the outside drawn. This is Zagan, ridden by Rashid Hughes, 122 pounds with a nasal dilator, trained by Richard Dean. In start number 12, he seeks win number 6, and he's been ever so consistent, 2 seconds and 2/3. And on the outside, the old veteran, the old stager. This is number 11, Joshua. At 10 years old, this predominantly a young boy, has had 36 starts, 10 wins, 6 seconds, 6/3. The races here for owner-trainer Sean Hall. And gets the service of Keemar Kelly, who's having easily his best day in the saddle. He's so far chalked up 2 wins. He looks for a 3rd on the card. And to do that, he will be touring the Savannah on the outside with 121 pounds. That's the field for the afternoon's feature race. It's the St. Anne's Garrison Handicap, Speed to Burn. My winner is going to come on horse number 7, Stealing. So I'm looking to steal it at the death because I think that there could be some pace scenario up front, including the likes of Gandalf, who's taking a dip in class. He really has a class on this company, but I'm a little concerned with his dip in form. He has defeated most of the horses in here before, including Stealing, who I'm taking here to win this race for John for the connections. And just let me get the connections right. I know John Mark Cozier is the trainer, and however, Stealing races in the colors of Nelisa Cozier. And unlike Stolen, who are racing the colors of John Mark Cosia. So my winner is going to come from horse number 7, Stealing, looking to steal it late. Nelisa Cosia and the owner, Ricky Walker, is on board, and John Mark Cosia is your trainer. On my second line, I'm going to take Zagan, forever improving, as I said, in his career thus far. 11 starts he's recorded, 9 on the board finishes, 5 wins, 2 seconds, 2 thirds. So I'm going to increase the seconds to 3 seconds, or unless he can prove me wrong and go one better. And he was one that Gandalf also had the beating of the last time they met. Falls on my second line on the jockey Rashid Hughes, 122 pounds. On the third line, I'm going to take horse number 11, the old boy, Joshua. Zagan presently know the 3-2 favorite. So favoritism with Zagan's Joshua is at 18-1. And I don't think that Key Mark Kelly has done anything wrong today. So maybe if he does nothing wrong today, maybe he'll do something extra right now. And he will turn up here at 18-1, worth every cent of that 18-1. The old fella at 10 years old for Sean Hall, the owner and trainer. And to complete my form, we'll take horse number 2, Gandalf. The dipping form finds him at 5-2 on the board. And he has all the class to turn back this field. But his last 2 efforts he's definitely not looked himself, and he will need to rekindle his form. This drop down might be just what he needs. He gets a trap right of his alley. He gets a field that he's taken care of most in here. And we'll see whether he can just turn it around or whether he continues to plummet in form. 7-9, 11-2 in the afternoon's feature, the St. Anne's handicap. Good luck.
And the horses are on their way down to the start for the feature race on the day's card, the St. Anne's Garrison Handicap. And it's a quality field. Let me start with Trini Aviated. Enrico Prescott has the leg up, the weight 122 pounds, and is present at 7-1 chance. 2-1 for horse number 2, Gandalf, the mode of off reward, despite the top weight of 130 pounds. And Gandalf's form has been a little off in the last 2 starts, but he definitely is one that can make them all step this afternoon. And at 24-1 is number 3, Stolen. Really, I think those are very generous odds. She does need to step up again, however, she is not without a chance at this level. And at 56-1 is number 4, Island Cotton. And this 7-year-old dark brown mare has been a bit off the boil, but was second in her last start behind Queen of Pitons, which is not bad company, over 1,570 meters. She has won 4 times from 42 chances. And I think 56-1 is also very generous. Voldemort is number 5. This Victor Chaseman trainee is partnered by the apprentice Delano Lopez. And, Father Time may be catching up with this 10-year-old. His last weight was in January of 2020 under Rashid Hughes. On that occasion, he was chased home by Joshua and Island Cotton, who were both in here. Sir Jimmy is number 6. He's a 4-year-old in the race. I really like his chances. I think at the weights, he must have a good chance. He finished second in the Spa to Masaru, which is clearly a good run. His 3 subsequent starts were a little disappointing. However, the time away from racing, I think, could have only have done him the world of good. Stealing is number 7. What is there to say? She's pretty well fancied. Was a winner over 1,570 meters a while back, and is presently in at 7-2. Our favorite is number 9, Zagan, and he has done very little wrong in his career. They had 5 wins from 11 starts. You can see why he's the favorite. He has Rashid Hughes aboard, which is always a plus. Although his last 3 starts, he had a third, a second, and a 5th, but he did rattle off a number of wins before that, and he too probably would have benefited from the break in racing. And then there's Joshua. He's also a 10-year-old. Very quick, but perhaps Father Time is starting to catch up with the old man. He's conditioned, of course, by Sean Hall. And Kimar Kelly, who has had a good day with 2 wins already on the card, looks at what would be, I guess, his biggest career win. And if Joshua can pick up the pieces coming home, I think all the connections will be very, very happy with that run. There are just 3 outside Rashawn, and I'm going to stick my neck out here, and I'm going to go with Sir Jimmy. I think 4-year-old has the fountain of youth on his side.
I think cutting back to 1100 meters for Gandalf is going to prove successful. He's only gone at this trip twice. His first start, he dropped the rider, and he last 3 starts back, he went back to 1100 meters and he was victorious, where he just edged, or at least held on from Zagan, who was just loaded. In that same race, I think Joshua, no matter where he went to make a move, he never had that space and he was very uncomfortable. He still ran a pretty good 4th, and he goes in, so we'll see if he gets a cleaner trip today, if he can fire better. It's the St. Anne's Garrison. They're off in the St. Anne's Garrison, and Gandalf broke away smartly. So too did Voldemort. Here comes Zagan, and Zagan speeds to the lead to clear off now by a length and a half. Gandalf is second, Voldemort third. Then comes Sir Jimmy down the inside, is Trini Aviator. 4 lengths off of the lead goes Island Cotton. Behind her is Joshua, and Stolen and Stealing are the trailers as they get over the top of the hill. And it is Zagan who's at the head of affairs, joined by Sir Jimmy. Voldemort is third, Gandalf on the inside is fourth. Then there's Trini Aviator, Island Cotton, Joshua, Stealing just past Stolen. The field is covered by 7 lengths as they race with a quarter mile left to go, and it's been Zagan every step of the way. The opening quarter, 24-4. Sir Jimmy's right there. Gandalf just needs some room. Voldemort out wide as they swing to the judge with Zagan still up top. It's Zagan who swings them into the lane in the St. Anne's Garrison. Gandalf is now tipped out. He's second. Here's Trini Aviator, Stolen coming from far back. But Zagan was a front-running sensation today. He never gave them a chance. Zagan won from Gandalf, a photo for third between Stolen and Trini Aviator in a final time of 1:05.1.
And we have a decent 1:05.1 by Zagan. And waiting on the results to go up on the board. The time is 1:05.1 for this event, the St. Anne's Garrison Handicap.
Off in the St. Anne's Garrison, and Gandalf broke away smartly. So too did Voldemort. Here comes Zagan, and Zagan speeds to the lead to clear off now by a length and a half. Gandalf is second, Voldemort third. Then comes Sir Jimmy down the inside is Trini Aviator. 4 lengths off of the lead goes Island Cotton. Behind her is Joshua, and Stolen and Stealing are the trailers as they get over the top of the hill. And it is Zagan who's at the head of affairs, joined by Sir Jimmy. Voldemort is third, Gandalf on the inside is fourth. Then there's Trini Aviator, Island Cotton, Joshua, Stealing just past Stolen. The field is covered by 7 lengths as they race with a quarter mile left to go. And it's been Zagan every step of the way. The opening quarter, 24-4. Sir Jimmy's right there. Gandalf just needs some room. Voldemort out wide as they swing to the judge with Zagan still middle up top. It's Zagan who swings them into the lane in the St. Anne's Garrison. Gandalf is now tipped out. He's second. Here's Trini Aviator stolen coming from far back. But Zagan was a front-running sensation today. He never gave them a chance. Zagan won from Gandalf. A photo for third between Stolen and Trini. Sir Jimmy's right there. Gandalf
just being led down by trainer Richard Dean. And Zagan looks very comfortable. A pillar to post victory, you would almost say, after the first furlong, because Gandalf broke on top. And only in the first couple of jumps was his. And then the winners being led by the connections of Daniel and Martin Reisman. The winner, horse number 9, Zagan. And he continues to be a tower strength and one of the rising stars here at the Garrison. Many congratulations to him. Looks absolutely well turned out. And it looks as though he can go wrong again. Horse number 9, Zagan. A 5-year-old bay horse by New Year's Day out of Hannah Lantana. Owned by Daniel and Martin Reisman. Trained by Richard Dean. And confidently and superbly ridden to victory by jockey Rashid Hughes, who wasted no time in rescuing the lead from Gandalf, and from there it was just a matter of what time he would have gotten to the winning post. He did that in approximately 1:05 and 1. Second was horse number 2, Gandalf.
Yeah, so I think this was a pretty impressive performance by Zagan. To start, I was very surprised to see Zagan on the lead. Let's start there. I did not see that coming.
I did not see that one coming either. I thought he had a shot, but I didn't expect him to snatch the race up so early. I thought his best shot would have been at the quarter pole or so. But obviously, they say there's only one creature that can carry 1 million people for a ride at once, and that's a racehorse.
Right.
But no, it was definitely an impressive performance. He picked it up just a couple of tries out from the gate, and from there he just never looked back. He continues to show that he's a very, very nice horse. Has done very little wrong in his career, and one would have to think that the connections must be quite thrilled with that performance.
Yeah, definitely. And I don't want to put a damper on his performance because it was impressive to take down the likes of Gandalf and company. But there's a little Creole out there, a little dark bay colt called Dominus, who had 124 pounds today. Zagan had 122 and ran in 104 and 4. Zagan ran 105 and 1. So I'm not trying to put a damper on this performance, but you have to keep it in the back of your mind that
How good is
Dominus? And as we talked about, we felt like he would belong here. But at this point, you just take your time and climb the ladder. But boy, oh boy, Dominus is definitely going to have people talking in this sprinting ranks.
Yeah, don't need throwing him to the wolves if you don't.
Yeah, you don't need to yet. But the time is going to come. If you keep running like that, the time has to come.
Oh yeah, you can't.
Can't keep doing that.
You can't hide forever.
Exactly. But with this performance, I guess we'll talk about Zagan and Dominus as days to come. I'm sure they'll meet at some point. Yeah, if Dominus keeps running how he's running, he's going to go up the ladder, or it would be an injustice if he does not to those who he's running with now.
Yeah.
But Zagan making the lead, and the pace 24:48. Just taking over these 24 quarters, and to just soundly put them away because he went on again. I think it was I would say it's the best performance of his career today because he came off of an absolute dud last time out where he was part of the pace and finished dead last.
Yeah.
He's a part of the pace today, cutting back, and he romps.
Yeah, it was absolutely brilliant performance. Second with Gandalf. What can we say? The old boy, he went out there, he gave it a shot. He ran his race, he just came up a little short.
I think it's pretty interesting with Gandalf because you always look at Gandalf when he's going 7 furlongs or further, and you're like, he can't run his best race if he doesn't get the lead. I think that's negated when you're sprinting because he may not be as quick as others. But for him to be beaten to the front, and it wasn't like it was one horse that beat him to the front. He was battling third and fourth the entire way around, and yet he still was able to sit and pounce. Again, he had a pretty good horse in front of him, but to run second after not seeing the front, I think that was a feather in his cap.
Yeah, that definitely would change
It
the
bodes
conversation
well.
about him. Third, number 1, Trini Aviator, and this I think was probably the run of the race as far as horses without any significant form. I mean, there's absolutely nothing in here that says he should be finishing third in this company, and he ran a very creditable race.
Yeah, this was his physically he looked the best he's ever done since he's come to Barbados.
Yes, he
And
did catch her eye in the ring
yeah,
and finishing fourth.
and then added blinkers.
And then finishing fourth was horse number 3. And this is Stolen, who beat him for early pace, closed well, I think.
Yeah, that's just who she is when they're sprinting.
Yeah.
Because her sister Stealing is a better sprinter than her, but she's a better racehorse than Stealing. She was dead last, and obviously she's not going to have that get up and go. She's a very leggy filly, so she's going to get better with the sprint as the race goes on.
Yeah, I think she ran her race. She just came up.
Yeah,
a
but
little
as we
short.
talked about earlier, classy speed
No, the
doesn't tend
disappointment
to.
in here for me was Sir Jimmy. At 110 pounds, yes, a couple pounds overweight. This is a horse that runs second in the Spa, but since his Spa performance, this is now 3 disappointing runs, I would think.
No, I am not here to insult, but I think that this horse is very overrated. With the Spa sprint performance, on that day he took 119 pounds versus horses that would have had 130, 133.
Yeah, but you're talking about a 3-year-old taking on older horses as well.
But with the sprint, he has the speed. I don't think he has the class.
To me, it was a disappointing run. I don't know if he is. I mean, he has shown flashes of class and talent. I mean, he has defeated likes of Terrain. He was beaten by Terrain. He was third behind Seeking an Adventure and won to this go. Who unfortunately was being retired. So he has some talent about him.
But let's not forget, Island Cotton was also second in the Spa as well, and she was nowhere to be found here. I don't think that being second in the
Spa.
Spa.
Once again, I think her days, her best days are behind her. She's a 7-year-old filly at that. Perhaps her best days are behind her, but yet, and perhaps sprinting is no longer her forte. Her last start over 1570, she was second behind Queen of Pitons, which has been on a rampage since Barbados. So perhaps I just don't think sprinting is any longer her game.
But with Sir Jimmy, though, he has the speed, but I just don't think he has the class with these. At least not yet. He doesn't show me that he has the class.
Well, I guess the judgment will be out on him for a little while. So that puts the feature race behind us, race number 8. Race 9 is the Carlo Bay Handicap, and we will join you just before post time. Star, Provence, Gold Stars, Phoenix and Fender, Azam, Right on Time, San Pedro, Oberoi, Edelweiss, Sebastian, Ultimate. I like the boys race. Pretty hard to do because the truck is not in the workshop, it's in front of the workshop. But they ain't St. Philip, so it ran everywhere else in St. Philip to drink.
You mean you up from Citroens?
Yeah.
I said it's possibly on a regular, but no city right truck. That's not the question.
Tell you how my groom had it for a little while. Joe. But I get about for him to do. We got a little practice. Amateur rally tomorrow. So I try to get it so I can carry going amateurs. soon. Yeah. Hey, Biafra, what you doing, man? What's No, but I mean he does. I mean he looks, he built like you. To tell this, so far he's impressive. He got 2 wins and a third from very few rates. I don't. I mean, like I said, his bar is a little high as far as rated, but he reminds me of you and his build and how he sits on a horse. At least we know you start. Those things, man. Oh, fair enough. Yeah, Sean. Yeah, Sean told me you were looking at we're looking for something. Alright, I'll call Chris and ask if he knows if he sees anything that would be worthwhile. Alright, I look at it. Look it up. Yeah. Yeah, we can look around. Yeah, Sean jumped me when he told me. When I got the best for Sean, I was like, Biaf? What the And I've not heard you. Shit, last time I remember us hanging out together was up at my house with Brent and everybody else. So that was a good few years ago. Yeah, we get it all. Yeah, but I also put some feelers out, see what if anybody has comes across anything. I said I'll talk to Chris, see what you can find out with buying. I got another friend in Florida at Gulfstream Park. I could ask a question. Yeah. Cool, man. So how are you doing otherwise? Jeez. A fat BF. That is hilarious to see. Yeah. Oh, we all got that. It's called age. Yeah, Geelong, that was pretty cool. Yeah. Yeah. Nothing. Yeah, nothing much has changed here, unfortunately. Yeah. One thing, don't care how far away you go from them, there's somebody there to drag you back in. That's cool. I got shares in a couple two euros in Canada, but they're both unraced. Um, Brody's cause, and then in Overberg Philly that I bought at the sale. But it's a syndicate. I just too small. A guy called Kevin Boudigui, he's part of the syndicate. Um, yeah, we had a couple of nice horses. We had a filly a couple years ago called the Dells Princess that won a couple races for us, and 2 years ago I bought one for 6,000 US called the Devil's Back. He broke his made a second asking, and then we got an offer. We couldn't refuse, so we let it go. Sold it for 42,000. So you can do that trick.
For banking on the bet.
And as we look for the final bet on today's second day of the Barbados Surf Club's second racing season, it's the Carlisle Bay Handicap, race number 9. And this race offers exacta trifecta. It's the high five event. It's the fourth and final leg of the pick 4 and the sixth and final leg of the Soca 6. Number 1 is Quality Star. Ridden by Anthony Bishop, 126 pounds. The equipment blinkers and the tongue tie. The trainer is Victor Cheeseman. Provence is horse number 2. To be ridden by Raheem Thorpe, 121 pounds final weight for trainer Rommel Perkins Level. Gold Star in decent form is horse number 3. He's burdened with 130 pounds after rewards on board for trainer Richard Dean. We are moving on to horse number 5, Stevenson's Thunder. The mount of Siobhan Bell, 123, having claimed 7 from 130 for trainer Hayden Nichols. Just Ain't Easy stays indoors. That leaves us with horse number 7, Azam. Change of owner, now owned by Mr. Brain. He's also changing trainer. Naz Issa is your conditioner. Rashad Knight down to ride 127 minus 7. We're going at 120. Number 8, Right on Time, 129 minus 5, 124 with Lester Edwards up. Richard Dean is your trainer for that horse. Number 9, San Pedro, ridden by Shane Dawson, claims 7 to go at 120 with a tongue tie for trainer Roger Parvacino. Over the page, we will find horse number 10, Oberoi. And Oberoi for this encounter is ridden by Eric Daniel, who claims 5, a final weight of 130 pounds. The equipment, blinkers, and a tongue tie for trainer Robert Pierce. Edelweiss is also trained by Robert Pierce. Ridden in a tongue tie by Enrico Prescott. The final weight is 124. Mr. US, we saw that earlier this afternoon. We will not see Sebastian. Horse number 14 is Ultimate, ridden by Delana Lopez. He claims 5, go to post at 123 pounds. And just checking the board, just waiting for that to be confirmed. It's 125, so puts up some additional overweight. And the trainer there is Philip Batson. Lollipop is 15 in the book, ridden by Gerald Beckles, and he's allowed to claim 3. The weight is 127 pounds, and Angie Nunez is your conditioner. And your final start on the outside is Mykonos. Another one here for trainer Rommel Perkins Level. Rashid Hughes, one of 3 jockeys on the card to have recorded doubles. One of 4 jockeys, beg your pardon, to have recorded doubles. And he raised Mykonos and will look to separate himself from his peers. Mykonos is fitted with a tongue tie for this encounter. 127 pounds is what the pair will arrive at the post with. As I said earlier, this race offers Parry Forecast Trifecta. It's also the high five event on the card, and it's the 4th and final leg of both the pick 4 and the Soca 6. I'm going to go for horse number 1, who takes a drop down. This is Quality Star. I'm going to use the inside berth, and he is at 8-5. Antonio Bishop will also look for his second winner on the card for trainer. This one will be for Richard Dean. Sorry, his first winner was for Richard Dean. This one will be for trainer Victor Cheeseman. If he can accomplish such with the inside berth, 126 pounds, you have to just get out and go. On my second line, I'm just going to throw it around. I'm going to take horse number 2, Provence, and this is long shot out in the betting. 14, now coming to 14-1 on Provence. Originally was out in the betting, falls on my second line. So I'm going to the rails 1 and 2. On my third line, I'm going to take horse number 8, Right on Time. One of the speedy ones that was expected to be up there early. Whether she can hold on or not is left to be seen. On my fourth line, I'm going to use horse number 11, Edelweiss. I expect this one to come with a run at some point in time, mostly towards the end of the race, and we'll probably just pick up part of the pieces. And that one falls on my fourth line. And then I'm going to take horse number 10, Oberoi, to round out the... Actually, yeah, horse number 9. Make that horse number 9, San Pedro, to round out my top 5. So I'm going 1, 2, 11, along with 9, and I'm missing one somewhere along there. Just let me get that right. 1, Quality Star. 2, Provence. In that third slot, I'm going to use horse number 8, Right on Time, followed by number 11, Edelweiss on the fourth line, and San Pedro to round out the high 5. Good luck. And I shall endeavor to give you the final results as soon as the race is completed. Thank you.
It's so funny, it's just you might be.
You prefer on the left side?
Yeah.
Doesn't necessarily matter to me.
They turn with you by now.
Okay, so we're on to the final race on the day. It's the Carlisle Bay Handicap. It's run at 1,100 meters, and it has a field of 10 going to post, with the favorite being horse number 1, Quality Star. I think it is important that this one is taking so much money. He's coming up. He doesn't have much form to go off the board in his last 4 starts, but I know that the bettors remember the good Quality Star. And though he doesn't have any form, he has to be considered very dangerous. From the inside post, he has Antonio Bishop, who already has a win on the card, 126 pounds. From the inside, if this horse breaks and shows that customary speed that we've grown to know, I think he will justify the 6-5 favoritism. You also have horse number 3, and this is Gold Star, who was once upon a time Quality Star's stablemate, where they were running for Mr. RJ and Victor Cheeseman. Now he's with Richard Dean, and Afri Ward is aboard. Since Afri Ward has gotten aboard, I think Gold Star has enjoyed the partnership, a win and a 4th, not beaten far by Kitty Cat last time out. One of these closing sprinters that just is ruthless when they close. I think that with a pace, whether it's moderate or fast, Gold Star is always going to be there. The weight isn't much of a bother for him either, of 130 pounds. He goes up 7 pounds from his last start, but he has the quality to be a factor. Then there's horse number 8, Right on Time, who is making a return from Boxing Day. She was also defeated by Kitty Cat, 117 pounds. Goes up here with Lester Edwards, 124 pounds. So he and Gold Star exiting races from behind Kitty Cat. Step up here, 7 pounds, both going up 7 pounds. This one is going to be, I think, the biggest threat to Quality Star, one of the biggest threats to Quality Star, as he is another one that's come into some form as well. Really good at 1,100 meters, 2 victories, at this. Both of his victories come at this trip. A son of Janak and Domineering. We know Domineering, that Captain Charlie Muir, was also better at the 1,100 distance trip, was trained by Boston John. Tashawn Hazelwood loses the right here as Edwards comes aboard. I think it's important also to note that with number 8, Right on Time, he has always shown, or at least recently shown, speed. So with Quality Star and a horse like Right on Time, Gold Star could enjoy a setup such as that. Then there's number 10, the Midsummer winner of 2017, that is Oberoi. And I find with horses like this, the older they get, the better they get at sprinting. Like, for example, Voldemort, who's won win in how much every year, so it's been at 1,100 meters. And Oberoi has also found some form at 1,100 meters, where he has 1 win, a 2nd, and 2/3 from his last 4 attempts at this trip. So obviously he's going to be one to watch on the board at 8-1. So he's offering some options there if you're looking to oppose a hot 6-5 favorite with no form. Oberoi is going to be finishing late as well, as he, another one that exits the Kitty Cat race, as Kitty Cat was able to return last time and win. So maybe somebody from that race is the one you're going to want to watch. As they load number 9, San Pedro, we're just going to turn over to him. He's now doing the rope to sprint, as he is by Almadeor out of Seattle Sunshine. We know Seattle Sunshine did not want to step further than 1100 meters when she was campaigning, but her son has been able to relish marathon distances, as he aired last time out at 1570 meters. He cuts back here to 15 to 1100 meters, a trip where I thought would have been much better for him, but he's not been able to show that same form here at 1100 meters, but he's rounding into form with Dawson, and he will be one that's going to be finishing late as well. He's on the board at 10 to 1. Then we go to number 11, the Trinidadian bred Edelweiss, who is another one who's seeing some familiar faces here, beaten by Gold Star last time out. Another pretty honest one early in her career, stretched out to 1570, 1800 meters, and and just rerouted back to 1100 meters. I think this is what she wants to do. She's a very small, petite filly. Had toes early in her career. She's only had 7 starts, but she is a big outlier, because you're not sure where you're going to get with her as it pertains to whether she's going to show speed or come from behind. Rashid Hughes climbs aboard number 16, Mykonos, who's going to be jumping from the sand. Last time out was the favorite, again, exiting the Kitty Cat race, and Mykonos kind of disappointing last time out. Rashid Hughes stays aboard, and she is a picture today. She is glistening. She's obviously has a tough assignment coming from the wide post. Rashid Hughes aboard did not persuade the bettors to overlook that dismal performance last time out, as she's on the board at a very, very big 20 to 1. To her inside is number 15, Lollipop, and you can anticipate Lollipop is going to be smoke coming out of her nose, heels on fire, coming across from the 11 post, as she is just one way of going fast, and that's it. And with that, Lollipop is loaded. So those are the main contenders for the final race on the card. It's the Carlisle Bay Handicap. And all that's left to load are the 2 on the inside. Number 1, Quality Star. And number 2, Provence. And it's Dean's call.
Thank you, and a very interesting assessment of this field. Really not much to add to it. There's really no standout here, at least on paper, as Provence is being quite a bit of a handful in the grey and pink jacket. Goes in, and we wait now for Quality Star in the blue stilts, and he joins the lineup. So they're locked away. Racing, and Quality Star, bro, absolutely flying from the gate. Already opens up a length and a half from on the outside, going up his right on time. Down the inside, Provence. Edelweiss cutting through the field. Azam is next one through. Down the inside, Gold Star. Ultimate is next. Then towards the outside, there's Mykonos. Down the inside, San Pedro. The back marker at this space is Scarface, and he's preceded just by on the inside, Lollipop, and the other one on the outside is Oberoi. The opening quarter was 25 and 2. They head over the hill. They've got 3 furlongs to run. It is Quality Star being hounded by Right on Time. Edelweiss sits in the catbird position 3rd. Down the inside, Provence is hanging around. As they come inside the quarter pole, Azam improves from the back of the field. And there are no more turns. And Quality Star yet to see a rival in front by 2. That's right-handed encouragement. On the outside, here's Ultimate with a grand run. Down the inside trying to close is Right on Time, but it's Quality Star. Right on Time trying to close. Ultimate closing dash, but he's not going to get there. It is Quality Star, pillar to post. Wins it now by a length and a half from Ultimate. Close for 3rd between Gold Star and on the inside Right on Time. In a moment recap for you.
And we have a final time of 106 flat, 106 flat. And see the official light burning, but doesn't have any don't have any confirmation of that, so just hold on that. But we have the final race has been completed. And we're just going to wait on the results to go up on the board. The final time of 106 flat. So it's been posted on the board. 114, 8, 3, and 11 is a high five event. 114, 8, 3, and 11. The winner horse number 1, Quality Star, taking a serious drop down, significant drop down, and this was just ripe for the taking. And the connections took every opportunity to make this a winning opportunity. And downstairs, the winners coming back in. And this is horse number 1, just about to be led in. And has changed hands now in the colors of Levi Cadogan. So he starts out with another winner. We've seen him with Fillmore's today. Now we see him here with horse number 1, Quality Star, owned by Mr. Levi Cadogan, trained by Victor Cheeseman, and ridden to victory by Antonio Bishop. So this gives Antonio Bishop his second winner on the card, having won earlier with 17 million US. So he joins 3 other jockeys to have competed a double on the day, and yet another victory for trainer Victor Cheeseman. A winner, a 6-year-old bear horse by Janauta Hadia, owned by Mr. Levi Cadogan, trained by Victor Cheeseman, ridden to victory by Antonio Bishop, took along 126 pounds. Second post on the board was horse number 14.
Yes, well, the winner heading back to the winner's circle and gives owner Levi Cadogan a double. Antonio Bishop also gets a double in a day which had a lot of doubles. 3 jockeys scoring doubles, a couple of trainers scoring doubles, and even an owner scoring a double today. So congratulations to them. And there's not much to say about this race. Quality Star broke on top, and that was it. Second past the post was horse number 14. And this is Ultimate Chase the Leaders. I think having it coming across from the outside really put his chances in trouble. Third was number 8. And this is Right on Time. Chase the Leaders came up the rail. Just didn't have any early speed to go with the winner. Well, finishing 4th was number 3, Gold Star. Closed well to grab that position. Well, finishing 4th was number 11, Edelweiss, who was also beaten for early speed, but just knocked around to be good enough to grab that 5th place for the high 5 bet. The opening quarter was 25-2, the half was 48-2, and the winner stops the clock up. Racing and Quality Star, bro, absolutely flying from the gate. Already opens up a length and a half from on the outside, going up his Right on Time. Down the inside, Provence. Edelweiss cutting through the field. Azam is next one through. Down the inside, Gold Star. Ultimate is next. Then towards the outside, there's Mykonos. Down the inside, San Pedro. The back marker at this space is Scarface, and he's preceded just by on the inside, Lollipop. And the other one on the outside is Oberoi. The opening quarter was 25-2. They head over the hill. They've got 3 furlongs to run. It is Quality Star being hounded by Right on Time. Edelweiss sits in the catbird position 3rd. Down the inside, Provence is hanging around. As they come inside the quarter pole, Azam improves from the back of the field. And there are no more turns. And Quality Star yet to see a rival in front by 2. That's right-handed encouragement. On the outside, here's Ultimate with a grand run. Down the inside trying to close this Right on Time, but it's Quality Star. Right on Time trying to close. Ultimate closing dash, but he's not going to get there. It is Quality Star, pillar to post. Wins it now by a length and a half from Ultimate. Close for 3rd between Gold Star and on the improves from the back of the field. And there are no more turns. And Quality Star yet to see a rival in front by 2. That's right-handed encouragement on the outside. Here's Ultimate with a grand run. Down the inside trying to close this right on time. But it's Quality Star right on time trying to close. Ultimate closing dash, but he's not going to get there. It is Quality Star, pillar to post. Wins it now by a length and a half from Ultimate. Close for third between Racing and Quality Star, bro. Absolutely flying from the gate. Already opens up a length and Racing.
Absolutely flying from.
So I can confirm for you as well that race number 9 has been declared official. Race 9 is now official. And it reads first number 1, Quality Star. Second, number 14, Ultimate. Third, number 8, Right on Time. Third, horse number 3. And that 3 horse would be Gold Star. And fourth, horse number 11, Edelweiss, in a time of 1:06 flat. That is all the information we have for you from here at the Garrison Savannah. We certainly hope that you enjoyed the coverage of the second day of the Barbados Turf Club's second racing season, aptly named Historic Bridgetown and its Garrison Race Day. So we look forward to the continuance of the second season, where and when the third season will come a-calling. That has not been decided as yet, and you can certainly get all the information at the Barbados Turf Club or the Nation newspaper of the continuance of racing. Certainly hope you've had a tremendous day at the Garrison Savannah, and it was a successful day, the second day, the culmination of the second day of the Barbados Turf Club second racing season. That brings us to the end, and all that is left for me to say to you on the behalf of the Board of Directors of the Barbados Turf Club, I certainly hope you have a fantastic weekend, and do join us when the next day commences, the third day of the Barbados Turf Club second racing season. From Banking on the Bet, I'm Lyndon Yard saying good evening, goodbye, and God bless.